welcome to this week's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get to the first submission of the day, which will be Did You Touch a Coin from Glitch? We'll take a look at whether our stream is itself going to glitch by running through a quick warm-up level by Tino entitled Poisonous Stump Surfing, which was uploaded at the very beginning of this year. New Year's Day 2021. We'll surf our way to safety after scientists called Gehara poisoned the waters. Somebody poisoned a waterhole. Mail64, welcome. Hey, Poisonous Stump Surfing. Let's see how this is going to be set up. And yeah, I guess we have to wait until we're dropped in here, and then we just continue to ride this out and just follow some of the markers along the way to check some of these blind spots as we make some really quick descents. As we go from one muncher segment to the next. Ah, okay. Wasn't quite sure about that. Didn't really see the bonsai bill emerge until very late there. And now I think I have a slightly better understanding of what to do around that jump, so... And welcome, Melon Ryan. Okay, up we go. And yet, there is that moment there when you do lose sight of the stumps at the bottom, but... the coin trails can more or less be trusted. Within a reasonable margin of error when it comes to the timing. You wonder what's controlling the movement in terms of what's at the bottom of the stack. I am thinking about that myself. I think we'll be able to see that by the time we get to the end, but actually we should have been able to see that from the drop over here. Totally misread that. Yeah, we can take a look carefully and see what that's all about, and welcome, Next GM. Yeah, it might be something that is just sinking slowly in the poison, with some horizontal movement. And in terms of what's at the bottom of the stack, like it has to be something that is still kind of alive and going down. Yeah, because if you look at that setup on the left, it's pretty well disguised, actually. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking about that. And maybe it is something that will be revealed by the end, given how things will go. But, of course, we're just in a vertical subworld now. We might not see it after all. And here we go. There is some work that's being done here by the drag. So you can see that everything's sitting on top of a blaster. And so there's a bit of sinking that goes on. And probably some conveyor passages as well that stabilize the platform in those segments where it is going horizontally. Well, that was a mistake. I don't know why we just ran into that. Yeah, there are a few that are stacked on top of multiple stumps, and some other munchers that are just stacked on top of blasters. This one is on a whole column of stumps, as you can see, and the stumps just seem to be projected in a way that sinks and seems to land on a conveyor and then gets dropped off the conveyor. And it follows a bit of a slow fall pattern. Ah, okay. Totally didn't see that on-off switch the first time, and I just kind of hit it instinctively the second time, so... Let's not die needlessly here this time. Whoops. And, okay, so we needed to land on top of that platform, obviously. I just jumped on top of the donut blocks to stabilize myself, and found a cycle that didn't quite work with getting back on top of that platform, so Alright, back we go. And all the way up. Yeah. Had a bit of trouble reading that bonsai the first time, of course, but since then I think everything has gone pretty well in terms of being able to see where to go, including some spots here that do require a bit of trust on the part of the player. Now, I actually did jump a little too soon the last time as well, when heading over to the dry bones. And I got a bit lucky in terms of making it under the corner that sits over the dry bones, but this time I should play a little bit more cautiously, actually get some additional landing on the stomach as I make my way into that. So, up we go. Yeah, you can see how the blaster is just being bounced down. Oh, that chomp did not die properly. That is always a risk with a lot of these stump setups. I've had a real pain of a time trying to debug that in the past. I had a stump poison level that I got to about 80 or 90% completion in the maker mode, and I never finished it, partly because I could just never debug the chomps dying properly in certain locations. Tried absolutely everything, and it just would not fix as cleanly as I hoped. And you can see that we ran into that problem ourselves this time, in spite of the fact that things spawn pretty reliably here. We do, of course, adjust the vertical camera position with my own player movement, but other than that, everything is quite consistent. And sometimes it might just be a particular jump I have that's maybe tugging the camera too far up. So yeah, everything is going to sink quite a bit far down, so we're not going to see the setup in its full glory after all, but I think it is a mix of conveyor belts and just slow fall of sinking objects like stumps and blasters that remain alive, so. Okay, so that's it for that. Hopefully everything is still working and operational. Thank you for some of the additional submissions that we've seen since from Zapdos, as well as Jam. Jam 271828, which I just recognize as the irrational number E. The logarithmic constant. And Mang, welcome. Alright, let's get right into the queue. First level is going to be from Glitch. And since Glitch is a subscriber, we may treat this as a sub-next. We do alternate between next and sub-next with a couple of adjustments sometimes, depending on the shape of the queue and how many repetitions we've had. And did you touch a coin? And Jam, yeah, I'm glad I'm the first to notice that. You would expect more people to pick up on that, given that there are a lot of mathematics and science people that are all over Mario Maker for obvious engineering reasons. Anyway, I love how the preview screen here answers its own question in the thumbnail. Did you touch a coin? No. Don't look at me. I never touched a coin. Defeat Boom Boom. Just don't touch his coins. Shiny yet deadly coins. Alright, don't see a glitch level all that often. Mail, I didn't mark the win because that was just a preview level. It was not an existing viewer level that was in the bot. So yeah, haven't seen too many glitch boss battles that are in the... Oh, we touched every coin. Super Mario World style. I think if you touch the coins, then maybe there's a P-switch that fails to activate or something. I think that's probably what's going on, because you need a P-switch activation. I think I actually... Yeah, we'll see what's going on, because the P-switch activation is going to turn everything here into a block. We can go directly to the P-switch, as you can see, and then navigate our way down to the key door. The idea may be that you can just... well, obviously I do need to kill Boom Boom first, but... I was actually trying to see if a coin overlap there with Boom Boom could actually just have killed him directly. Whoops. I mean, no, because he's flying right now. And the overlap doesn't seem to do much, so let's see what we can do here. We cannot touch the coins, and I don't yet see why. But we'll have to think about that. I do need to get on top of Boom Boom first and pop him 3 times to get the key. I think that's probably the only way to get the key. And then we'll hit the P-switch to exit afterwards. So yeah, I was definitely considering whether I could just kill him with the P-switch, but as you can see, trying to get into the top row during one of those flight patterns is presenting a slight challenge here. Do Flying Boom Boom die from the on-off block? Oh, whoops. Let's see what happens. I actually want to see what the coin check is, so... Doesn't matter too much if we grab a few along the way just yet. And so yeah, you did remove the cheese, and so it doesn't work with Roy, but it does work with Boom Boom, apparently. So we'll see what the coin check is here. Yes, I see what's going on. If you remove any of the coins, then some of the blasters die. But we only removed the one on the left, right? Like, the idea is that... I see what happens. Okay. There is a coin that is on every single column. 1 coin per column. If you remove any of the coins, then you have blasters that were previously spawn blocked by the P-switch that appear when you go through the locked door. And if that happens, then you get squished on your way over. If you haven't captured any of the coins, then no blasters spawn because all of them will be spawn blocked. And so that's how that is going to work. Interestingly enough, you can see that currently the blasters are already spawn blocked by the bottom row. That's the reason that they don't appear right now is because of the bottom row turn blocks. That transforms into coins when you have the P-switch active going through the key door. So that's why they appear only if the coins are removed, but don't appear the first time through this segment. So now we understand how the gate check is going to work, and we can just try to actually pass the fight for once. King Brock, welcome. Yeah, Flying Boom Boom doesn't die from the on-off box, but can be spawn blocked. Yeah, but it's from the state toggle here that the collision isn't doing anything to him. That's very true. Seems to be a bit of a niche interaction when it comes to Boom Boom's behavior. There we go. Yeah, actually, after the first hit, things get much more manageable. Let's see if I'm going to eat my words right away as Boom Boom decides to come down. Let's try to drag him down a little further. Nope, didn't quite work. Quite close that time, though. I think we get the general idea. If we get the first hit, positioning ourselves for the second and possibly third hit is something that is quite improved, so... Pretty good spawn blocking concept, actually. I think that I do need to lure Boom Boom down further when it comes to the flight pattern and just give myself as much headroom as possible, which I'm currently not doing. If I go in the door, the last frame the switch is active, can I cheese it? I probably should have been paying attention to the level instead of reading that question. That's an interesting question, because I don't know the timing for the P-switch deactivating as you go through the door works the same way that frame-perfect on-off transition works. And I would imagine that is something similar, but I don't know that for a fact when it comes to the P-switch. Because I'm sure you know what I'm talking about with the frame-perfect on-off transition, where you are able to go through a door with a very similar setup, but have the state switch take effect immediately after you go through the door instead. So, whoops. You can tie out with a piece which you deserve to win, yeah. That seems like it's very, very precise when it comes to understanding the P-switch audio cue and what that's going to do. I really do need to, I think, go to the bottom center. The bottom center gives me a bit of horizontal space to play around while I'm trying to drag Boom Boom further down. And that is probably the safest position to be playing here. Nope. Yeah, as you can see, that's a problem. Let's just take the death. I do need to be careful when I bounce him, not to bounce into a coin. So that positioning is going to matter as well. I think trying to hit Boom Boom in the top center was previously working out quite well, but I just need to drag him much lower than what I'm doing. That almost worked out. I had to stop to the flutter pattern, and that's my cue to go up, but I'll need to do it a little bit faster. But yeah, I think most things with the frame-perfect on-off repeat transitions, I mean, there are issues like that with most levels, whoops, that are kind of beyond fixing, and I think don't matter all that much. It took me the longest time to even notice that frame-perfect transition, in fact. Because I remember it was not too long ago that Donkey Mint showed me a level that had a bonus room that was gated precisely by that, and until that point I'd almost never seen anybody bother to use it in a level or bother to even account for it, so... Yeah, good point about the unlimited P-switch activator, for sure. Because the idea would be that, you know, you wouldn't be able to soft lock yourself if you hit the P-switch and just leave it, for whatever reason. Yeah, let's just try to position ourselves a little bit better here. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting challenge. I guess functionally it's sort of equivalent to just having a whole bunch of spikes here instead of coins, but it's much more appealing this way. And even the failure condition feels a bit more gentle. And of course the hitboxes are nicer. But in terms of making the whole mechanic work, of course you need the coins and a P-switch interaction to create this sort of gating system. And, nope. Let's just take the death. Let's do it again. It is a neat variant on the don't touch the coin concept, in that you have that kind of double spawn block gate that's going on with the turn blocks at the bottom and the coins all over the map. Whoops. Almost got in position there. Did not quite. You can also train while you're functionally dead. Yeah, kind of, except with some of the coins having already been cleared, it's not really going to be that useful when it comes to practice. Nope. Yeah, one issue, of course, when you are swimming in themes like Night Castle is that you can't really drop very quickly. Mario is too greedy. I remember that Don't Touch the Coins was the hardest thing in the NSMBU bonus content as well, the challenge content, I should say. That the Don't Touch Anything level was particularly devilish. And okay, whoops, nope. Just not quite positioning myself well there. Let's wait for the end of the flutter pattern, and then up we go. Nope, nope, still no. Did I touch something? I touched something, didn't I? No, my coin counter is 0. I'm fine. Look, the score counter is actually useful for a change, being able to track things like that if you're not paying attention to the audio effects. Okay, there we go. Now let's position ourselves carefully and not touch any coins from here. Interesting Goomba idea. I wonder what that's all about. I think maybe Goomba should probably just get crushed by the cannons on the way across. Ah, I see. That's just a bounce that gets you over. And that's a clear. Oh, thank you for that glitch. "26 seconds? Yeah, that's not happening." So yeah, we'll treat that as a sub next since we started off with a subscriber. And we'll just go next. And Male64, that's going to be RT5YBW JNF. Castle Shaft, you did send me this one already. Do we want to... Oh yes, you wanted me to check a different route, didn't you? I hope I remember what I did last time. Okay, so you want me to replay this one for a different route, and I need to remember which route it was I missed last time then. Because it's been long enough that I might not remember. Intenium, welcome. Just take the normal route. Okay, I'll see if I can determine what the normal route is. Whoops. Oh, yes, I see. Okay, no, I remember what I did last time, I think. I'll recognize it when I get to it. Because it was a scroll break that I did on the right side, that much I remember. That we... Yeah, we did a scroll break in some position that was on the right. And so I'll just kind of deliberately avoid that this time then. And see what we can do. Now, did I actually interact with this side? I'm not entirely sure. Yes, okay, no, the last time I took the bomb and I blew through that segment there. And that's what we did. Let's take a different approach this time. It's very tempting to go for that, though. It's something that just makes itself available right away. And potentially this is something. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, that looks like a bomb segment for sure, once we bomb this left side. Let's not kill everything here. This fire flower here implies something about gating by fire flower, but let's just take out all of that. SMB2, okay, whoops. Let's jump over here. And yeah, Glitch, thank you for dropping by. P-switch is going to release something from the pipe, but also take you further down below. So let's see what that's all about. Pipe does what? It gives you more P-switches. Yeah. Okay, no, I guess there isn't too much of a locking risk given that these coins drop out afterwards. And we'll see what all this is about. I guess I could try to go for that pipe. And maybe this is just something partly speed dependent here. Whoa! Nope, nothing in here, okay. Nothing's spawning either, okay. Interesting. Don't know what's up with that pipe. You're saying something about no sequence break or P-switch. If you take the P-switch route, the level is over fast. Okay. I'm actually not quite sure what you mean by the P-switch route. I suppose it just means that you go very quickly down the left side or something like that, except I see that this just gets you a power-up on the left. Let's check it. Oh, the P-door. Yes, that's right. The P-door that was up above earlier. I do see that. I was thinking about that too, in fact. I don't remember where that was matched, but we'll do something to that effect. I see. So the idea is that you hit the on-off switch and then you loop all the way back up top. to the area that was gated off by on-off much earlier. Okay. And of course we cleared out a lot of that stuff with the P-switch already, so not much of an effect there. Yeah, I don't really see what's going on with some of these pipes that are totally non-spawning. Maybe I just missed something about that they actually do. Okay, so we'll just go back through here. I will say that, you know, in terms of main routes versus side routes or whatever, that's... the bomb route seems like a very obvious first resort in some ways. Maybe just to me, but definitely something I was thinking about. Okay, so we drop through here. It is possible to re-enter. The pipe's not very high. Let me just take a look again at this room. Okay, we broke something again. I see, it's just a bonus with a boot. Because you're building with the half-screen scroll lock. Okay, that's fine. And that breaks open. Great. And yeah, P-switch chain, hence the pipe that spawns the P-switch on the way up that you take up with you. I do see what you mean. Yeah, it is a neat little secrets placement, just having that little gap on the ceiling that reveals quite a lot more than I expected, in fact. So let's head back down and go around and see what the boot will get me. Okay, so it looks like we'll probably have some kind of state switch or something that eventually takes us up, unless you just needed these to not be destroyed for some reason. I kind of suspect that there's a lot of on-off spawn blocking that is going on with these red blocks that will reveal things to us afterwards. Piranha plants off the ceiling or something. I can't really hit that except from below. Yeah, there are some locations where I kind of wonder what I'm going to hit as I go down. I guess you can see the tracks here indicating where these various platforms are going to be linked, but as an aesthetic thing, I don't think they give me much more information beyond that. Ah, okay, it's going to be a Femto chase. Yeah, kind of nice to have these recreations of the original SMB2 Femto concept in a way that they are all about going way down low. And then, whoops, oh, shouldn't have destroyed a star. That was unfortunate. That's okay, we'll just do things the hard way, as we always do. Okay. Oh, I see. Hang on. Oh, I see. It's because I'm walking over with the boot that I kept running into things. And because the little head bob on the boot was actually running me into the on-off switch. And that was a slight problem. So, as predicted, we're going to have some Piranha Plant blockage. The shell here was a little bit blind. Yeah, I don't know about those ceiling shell drops because you're pulling the camera up with you as you go, and because you're pulling the camera up, you can't actually see them coming. Unless you've committed some of those locations by memory, and of course, the first time you see them, you don't know if they're going to be plants or something else, so... I think that the shell drops might be a bit much, but we'll see. I mean, these are okay when they just walk slowly as buzzies, buzzing around. Okay, we'll see about that 70-second timer here as we try to work our way out. And, yeah, whoops. Gotta jump around that very carefully. That didn't quite go. Let's go for the boot again, just for its own sake. Whoops, just need to hit that. Yeah, I do like the way it's hidden. Really nice use of the half-screen scroll stop logic. Okay, there we go. And let's get through. So yeah, it's just coming back up here with Cursed Key. The key door does reveal itself right away. We'll maybe leave most of these question blocks open. It would be nice to have a flower, though, for an extra hit. I think it's a good idea to spawn the vines in advance. That's probably the smart play. But yeah, definitely the switch activation with the boot is something that can throw you off slightly. I think down there it's just with the boot while you're tall, so that's why I was trying to get around with a crouch, although that didn't quite go as planned either, so yeah, let's take the flower. And let's not destroy the star this time. That was a bit of an accident. Yes, that's okay, because I will just go around. So, grab that, punch that, and yeah, Fanto and the star are just going to brawl into each other neutrally. And we'll continue. Nope. I was hoping to get out of there safely. That was not very well played. Okay, you gotta be very careful around some of the buzzy shells. I think we're past the danger zone of the ceiling shells, though, so that's much less of a concern. Okay. Taking all kinds of unnecessary risks, of course. But we're in much better shape this time. Yeah, last time I just got a little bit trapped while doing the adjustment that would allow me to get off the vines gracefully. Okay, and then through the key door. And then a very gentle descent. We'd seen a lot of this from the scroll break before, of course. Oh no, maybe not this part, because... Yeah, no, because this part is built on the right side of the screen, we can see because of the gap on the right. And there's that additional door at the end, which is, once again, just a slight aesthetic thing. I guess if you get out with the boot... So I don't know if that was just a sort of aesthetic exit door, but if you get all the way there with the boot intact, you can in fact go over the flagpole to get into the door. And so I certainly hope you didn't match that to a location that's just dangling in midair in the middle of nowhere or something like that. But perhaps that is a bonus room that we just don't know about. Anyway, thank you for that. And thank you for all the GGs. Let's get into sub next. You get a nothing room, no death but nothing either, yeah. Definitely when you're building aesthetic doors like that, do be aware that even if they look very obviously just like decorative exit doors, people are going to try to go for them, especially in a level like this one that has so many places that do reward you for trying stuff. Because you've already established yourself as a person who's going to hide secrets, right? Like, I think that there's kind of a reasonable expectation that somebody will just try to take the door looking for a secret. But that's just for future reference for other levels. So next GM, are you in fact here? Would you like to check in quickly? Because I think you are here. But just want to make sure. We'll just give you a moment to respond. Yeah, of course you're here. So this is going to be your maker code for your second profile, which I'm sure you've filled with 100 levels already. Did I do 115? Yes, we'll pull that up. Okay, so you do have a bit of lag between chat and the display. Yeah, that's fine. I get that on mobile a lot, so you understand. Which is why I do try to be generous about giving people a good check-in time. Wow, you really are almost finished with this profile already. Like, look at this. All these uploads are just from the past month. Anyway, here's Iggy's Piping Hot Castle, 115. Is audio behind video for anyone else? If it is, I will fix that up quickly before I get into the level, because sometimes as the stream runs, we do run into some audio issues, so I do appreciate you pointing that out. So, just give me one moment. If you're reporting issues, let's fix that very quickly. Yeah, it is a heat-related issue with my streaming computer. I'm hoping to get that fixed up soon on the hardware side, so. In the meantime, we just try to bear with it and fix it whenever audio encoding starts falling a little bit behind, or just crackling entirely. Very long-running issue with this stream. Yeah, at least it was running, but we do sometimes have some audio sync that gets a little out of whack, so. Pipes are red hot in this fiery castle. Dodge the heat. World record by Dario Man. Also a fellow streamer. Very entertaining. Kind of nice to play a lot of these levels and just recognize a lot of other players and makers and pick up on a lot of names as you go along. Okay, so this pipe here, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Drives me absolutely nuts. That's okay, we'll continue. And we'll just get past this. That's totally distracting me now because it's actually consistently the case. I think it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's actually 3 spaces to the left of that one, so. It's like, which is the Koopaling here? Iggy? Yeah, Iggy's definitely trying to throw off Mario here with a bit of strategic asymmetry. Okay. And I do like the color scheme to this, though. This very clear yellow and red that you have going on. Because it is something that is quite deliberately decorative. It's not like pipes here for the purpose of pipe speed. It's more that there's a very consistent look to this whole place. We need to get through this quickly. A checkpoint. And of course the green pipe is going to stand on its own as a very clearly marked exit. Gives the impression of naturally occurring pipes, yeah. Pipes the way they appear in nature. They just grow organically from pipe seeds or hatch from pipe eggs. Okay. And okay, there we go. It's the Mushroom Kingdom, anything can happen. I guess the pipes in the Mushroom Kingdom do have to grow organically, because otherwise that implies this entire profession of pipe supply that you would think the Mario Brothers would have interacted with by now. And oh, here's the angry sun for some reason. Let's just shell the sun. Nope. Miss. Total miss. That's okay. We get the idea. Nope. That was reckless. This should be a better position to do that in. There we go. Great, we nuked the sun. And yet we can see everything. Thank you for the follow. And, oh, there we go. That was entirely too fancy. And a checkpoint coming right up. Sure, let's take the shell through with us. You never know when it might be useful. Pipe geodes, I like that idea. Oh, look at that. I love how the shell cuts right through the projectiles, actually. I'm sure I've encountered that before, but I never really thought about it very hard. Okay, let's just stay in the middle there. Iggy very foolishly decided to build the pipes in his own chamber symmetrically, and little did he know that was to our psychological advantage. So we just dispatched with him very quickly, and that's it for the Pipe Geode Garden. Odo, thank you for Through the Fire and Flames. I hope I don't need to play that with a guitar controller. And yeah, Jam, if you need to leave the queue, that's fine. We are running viewer levels again in this time slot tomorrow. So that's a fairly typical schedule for us. The Friday to Saturday stream, followed by Saturday to Sunday, the very next day. So if you do need to go, we will be back, and we'll hopefully catch you next time. Let's mark that as a win and plug in that next. Okay, Melon Rind. You played the most recent one? Yeah, we'll look at that. It's going to be Toadwood Grove, and this is going to be a test. Sure, we'll test. Metroidvania exploration level, perfect. Right up our alley. Most of the time. I feel like, I mean, I kind of make a speech about this every time somebody sends me a Metroid-style level, but they really have fallen out of fashion, I think, in Maker 2 relative to Maker 1. Whoops. And for a number of reasons. It might also be something that's just a result of how the streaming side of the culture does tend to favor shorter layouts. Or more, platform-style experiences. I really didn't need to watch my head with the camera there in that left location. I don't know if I actually had enough lead time to see that on camera. I wasn't paying enough attention. Maybe it is fair, but we'll poke at that once again before we try the other pathway down low. So, yeah, I guess I was jumping straight into it, as you can see. You can kind of see the munchers start to peek out, but not if you're going very quickly. So, whoops. Let's not slip here. But yeah. We've, of course, by now played a lot of levels by Gilmore or Melon Rind with vertical climbs, and this one is kind of like that, just with an added element of non-linearity. I think that this very clearly signifies that eventually we'll have a boot or a bone shell taking us up to that location. I would strongly suspect it. Everything's placed a little too high to be vulnerable to shell jumps. I think we can probably slide through the icicles to the left and the right. Let's just do that. Oh, pretty big, sizable drop here to the left side. So far, item progression-wise, we're just sitting on a mushroom. I think we just need to map this out. Metroid levels have been replaced by Zelda levels. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, just given the power of the Link costume that has this jack of all trades in a way. Okay, so we need to spin jump on top of this stuff here. I actually kind of wonder... No. I wanted to try that because of the way I successfully landed on top of the mole earlier, although I was in a swimming state. But it looks like that will be either a P-switch or some kind of other interaction that we don't know about yet. This, of course, just lets you cut back across. Interestingly enough, you can potentially sequence break this with a Buzzy shell into shell jump, I think, in theory. This is just a reset to get you out of trouble, I think. Yeah, like if you get locked in... I'm just thinking, if you get locked and you lose Yoshi, is that possible? No, because if you... I'm just thinking about this, because let's say you kind of jump right into the middle of the stack. I guess you'd probably be squashed by a Muncher anyway. Like, you jump in the middle of the stack and you bounce out here. Yeah, because then the idea is that you come through here and then you would have a Yoshi respawn in order to get yourself out of the lock. That's what I thought it was doing. And Nugukaza, welcome. Just saw you come in. Okay, we've got Yoshi now. Let's see what Yoshi can do. Yoshi can get us above the saw blades that are up top, assuming we can get out of here with Yoshi. Which would require me to swallow something and probably spit it back out here in order to give Yoshi something to stand on. Now, can I in fact do that? Is there a place I can go? Not down here, probably. But if we use Yoshi, we can jump over and lose him. And then escort Yoshi through in order to reclaim him on this side. Okay, so that's what that's all about. That's a lot of squishy sounds all at once. I see. Okay, so no, I needed to grab the spring. So let's just do this loop once again. And yeah, that's enough space to work with. That I should hope you don't run a risk of dropping Yoshi elsewhere. Anyway, now that we have this, we can go back here with about 200 seconds on the clock. I kind of wonder if there's some other way to do this and carry the spring forward with me, such that, whoops, okay, let's not do that. I see a spring on the right side as well. In the top right. So we'll need to go back down to grab another one. Yeah, we had a day where we played a whole bunch of Zelda dungeons recently on stream. It's kind of true that I think, oddly enough, the removal of the mystery mushroom or the amiibo costumes probably did have an effect as well, given that it filled in a very necessary gap in terms of power-ups and traversal that lent itself very well to those one-tile-high mazes that you would see all over the place in Maker 1 Metroid designs, especially because there was no scroll stop yet, and so you would just have a lot of dependence on those one-tile mazes working very continuously. Let's drop this, and it's going to be up to saw blades after we get a little bit further. Nope, that's a big mole. Too big for us to deal with. Whoops. Let's not lose Yoshi, that would be embarrassing. Yes, we'll take the shell. Never know what that could be useful for, so... Nope. 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 Okay, certainly hope we're not going to be too limited by losing that. We can probably grab another shell. But we do need the spring down here. Should have probably kept that in mind. And okay, up we go. And yeah, the Munchers do work as a Yoshi-only gate. In some ways. including that central section as well. Checkpoint, good time for it, given our current situation. Hey, I wonder what this is all about. That's going to be fire. And we'll have to see some of this on the second pass, of course. Spiny Shell probably was useful for something if we managed to get a bit over Yoshi. I do see a spring on the left side that would allow me to get back to Yoshi eventually. If we can make our way up. Rocky Wrench isn't going to do much for me here. Yeah, it looks like the idea should be to... let's see, Donut Block isn't going to do the trick here. But yes, Donut Block is going to get me across to the right side, and so that's what we need. 20 seconds left, but that's okay. We'll just do a bit more exploration. And that's almost going to get me across. As you can see, if I dropped both of the donut blocks at once and stood on one on the left side, or stood on that one at all, that would have got me across here. So we'll keep that in mind as we respawn at checkpoint with no power-ups in tow. Okay, so we are going to get Yoshi bouncing off of this state switch here right away. As you can see, that's what the gate control is going to be, with that blue state block that is buried in there in a very subtle way. We haven't had to deal with state switch very much up to this point, but it's a little nuance we'll really keep in mind. Definitely do wonder, eventually, if we manage to get Yoshi up here, what the spiny shell will be useful for. Nope. Thought I could slip through like I did before, and that was incorrect. And that was also incorrect. Let's try that again. That was reckless. Let's not do that. Could have gone much better. Yay, going to grab this for safety. And back up we go. Yeah, it would have been nice to nuke that with a fire flower. But instead we're just going to dodge that stylishly. Once again... There we go. That will allow me to take Yoshi through. I guess so the reset door would do what for me here? The reset door, however, would respawn Yoshi at a checkpoint flag once we get back down there, I think. The reset door, however, also gives me a whole lot of nothing. I guess this just gets me out for the time being until I find some way to get Yoshi up here to swallow it and take it through with me. So that's a bit of an unknown right now. As is this whole segment here, although something just spawned and I don't know what. I wonder if we just need to inspect a totally different part of the level, but... Oh, you know what? I'm just thinking about the reset door and what we can do with that. Let's go back down and see what this is all about. I see. So we managed to get into some kind of position that spawned this, I think, as a bit of a reset point. Allows me to get the fire flower. Don't see how that's useful yet, because we should probably just grab a spring and find some way to continue our progress here. No, I see. This is kind of like a... based on some kind of state change here where we got into some kind of position that spawned this so that you can get back and save your progress with Yoshi. Because Yoshi can take anything with him and take it up, including a spring from down below here. And so if I get Yoshi to come back out with a spring, if that's possible. I can always make my way back upstairs, so let's do that instead. Assuming I can, I think there might be some complications for that are becoming apparent to me. Yeah, and it's this location here that's going to be a bit of an issue. You imagine with up throw spring, you can climb a vine with a spring. Like up throw, get onto vine, catch, get onto vine, etc., and just kind of cycle through. I don't know about that. I'll think about it. But if I transport a spring through with me, I mean, I guess if we can get Yoshi to spawn up top, then maybe we are in business. I don't know if this Yoshi remains active, though. The thing about vertical world spawning rules is that I do tend to have trouble keeping track of them, especially because they were changed after a very early patch, if I recall, so... But if we count on Yoshi just sort of respawning later on, we can take him back here. Like if that Yoshi up top is going to spawn from the egg once again, then we might be in okay shape. Let's go upstairs. I think that's going to be a bit of a despawn risk, though. Yeah, no, Yoshi actually remains loaded. And... let's see here. Might as well check some of these locations. I think we... whoops, no, that's a bad idea. I mean, if I could get rid of Yoshi down there somehow, maybe that gives me a bit of progress, but I'm probably backing up too much. But you never know with things that have more of a Metroid-style layout, that they are dependent on a bit of backtracking and perhaps some exploration of a part of the level down below that I haven't really even looked at yet. So I need to think about what my item progression is here. Because so far, my progression is that I'm able to get to that spring on the left side, but not really anything beyond that. Oh, no, I know what to do. You drop this here. You can grab it without going through the bridge. So it's possible to snatch that. Just very carefully. There we go. That solves that completely. And since that solves that completely, we are now able to take this location here, even without bringing Yoshi with us for the time being, and then climb up the coin and out. And that's it. So yeah, I hope that was a useful test. It was just that minor insight at the very end there in terms of where I had placed a spring that solved a lot of issues at once. And I know you're taking this down right away, but thank you for the first clear on this version. So, let's mark that as a win. Okay. And I think, yeah, we'll just go next for the time being, since Subnext, I believe, is actually back to Next GM. So we'll do at least straight through Next for a few submissions before we get into repetitions, unless more subs come in, of course. And of course, yeah, just as I say that, we'll get into Zapdos. Zapdos, if you would like to check in quickly, just to confirm that you are in fact present, then we will push through this. I don't actually see Zapdos on the online list, so I'll just give them a minute or so, and then I will remove and go on to the next submission, which I believe will be from Meg. And thank you for the follow. And yeah, don't know. Oh, I see. Yeah, Mail64, you do definitely want to have the dashes in the code. Wolfie P, if that's how you pronounce it, unless it's Wolfie Up or something. Yes, I do play Super Worlds. I do them kind of in 15-minute chunks at a time. So I'll kind of take the first level as a standard level, but if the levels are quick, then I will try to pull as many in as I can when I'm still kind of within the first 15 minutes after I began your submission. So that tends to work fairly well in terms of seeing things like traditional Super Worlds in their proper form. Let's move on to the next submission, since we don't have a check-in from Zapdos. And Meng, certainly you must be here, with all of your emotes from across the animal kingdom. And yeah, Meng, actually, I think I know what it was you uploaded most recently. I haven't seen it in action yet, but I did see it pop up. And so, yeah, we'll definitely take a look at this and like to see you insist on something else, but... Here's a 4YM-ish level, ish in terms of falling within rounded parentheses rather than brackets, which is how you know that something is suspicious about I am the level name, which also has a Game Builder Garage code embedded in it. Unfortunately, I don't have Game Builder Garage, so I can't really follow up on any kind of interconnectivity between these two levels, but I just assume that's the Cat Rock Band or something, unless you've been working on something else connected. And so yeah, Wolfie P or Wolfie Up, I hope you get the add command sorted out. There is just one exclamation mark. That should go, yep. Yep, 4 years of Mang Maker. I am the level name. And I love the suspiciously background-dominated thumbnail screen, which actually looks rather pretty. Very well-selected slice of the 3D World Jungle theme. 40% clear rate. I find that suspicious. That's disturbingly high for a Meng level, and that usually means that there's going to be some kind of reset mechanism that doesn't kill you, but which is nevertheless going to do things. Oh, I see. This is a tribute to the art of the Supernova pipe. I fully expect Supernova to put a like on all this. Also, okay, no, you can't get back up. Of course, I was going to try that. So, you're going to have a bit of drag here from the car and the conveyor. And you do need to... Yeah, so interestingly enough, the conveyor is going to pull you back. I guess I probably wanted the Koopa car to follow me on the bottom track rather than try to dive down here, because I do get totally trapped. Grekowski, welcome. Except there's no Koopa in the car, so that's interesting. Reach the goal in a Koopa car, huh? I think I actually need something like a mushroom to be tall, such that I am able to jump out of there without hitting the invisible block. Maybe that's how it works when you're making a car collision, because if I'm one tile high in the car, then I can't actually get out. Okay. So let's see. I'm not going to check every pipe, because that would be nonsensical. I am the Super Nova. Yeah, the resemblance is definitely very clear. Also notice that I can still go back up. Good. Yeah, I feel like there's something going on here that will allow me to eventually take the car safely and just jump out with it and take it to the top level. Because I think pushing through the conveyor belt is not likely to be the answer. On the other hand... Oh, okay. What if I do this and just kind of slide into it from the side? Let's see what happens here. Unless you are just supposed to rev up the car and push. But that didn't seem to be working particularly well, so... Oh, I guess I despawned a car, okay. 36-second record, interesting. Interestingly enough, I was able to jump out of the car like that. And now I'm totally trapped once again. Okay. Huh. Very curious. Yeah, Mang, I can definitely see why this was officially approved for 4 years of Mang Maker. I think I just need to... Oh, I actually can push through this, as you can see. It's a bit of a struggle. There we go. Okay, no, I see. It is a button spam level, which means I'm switching to piano trill technique. And just tapping B and A with my index finger and middle finger. This is no time to develop a carpal tunnel, so... You know what? Well, no, this is fairly short, so I was thinking that, okay, now that I know how it works, I can actually try to gun for the world record. But I think we can do it. Let's try this again. Now that I understand it a little bit better. Yeah, I think you can actually just tap right away. I'm thinking about it. Okay, let's see how close we can get to record here, given that I find out with tapping spam levels that's actually knowing how to do piano trill technique gets me pretty close to the record on a lot of those. You can see we're pushing through fairly rapidly here. I feel like I'm not going to get it, though. 36 seconds, that's going to be tight. Yeah, we're just going to be a little bit off, I think. Don't really have a turbo controller to do this work for us, so... Game sound is choppy. Okay, we'll get that fixed up if we can. Sounds like a good idea for a multiplayer level. Oh, we were actually just a few frames off. Who's this guy with the world record? Who? Okay, we'll try this again. What's more? I feel like we could have gotten a better start off the car at the beginning. And then we'll just do this once again. But, yeah. Now, if I play very poorly the rest of the day, we know what to blame. Just have to stay loose here with the button presses. But being off by just a few frames under a second, I feel like this is doable. This will be my last attempt at it, though. I'm not going to wreck my hands this early in the stream. Okay, and yeah, we'll fix up the sound. Okay, no, that's not going to go. Oh, well, reasonably close. Okay, one moment while we get this fixed up. I should be fine for Wednesday still. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, certainly hope so. I will actually likely be on a bit of a reduced schedule over the next week, but I'll talk about that a little more in a bit. Thank you for the GGs once again. Let's fix up the audio. Okay, so hopefully that will actually stick this time. So yeah, a good tribute to the art of the supernova pipe. I'm only going to trill so much, though. That does seem like a beatable world record. I'm just not going to attempt that now. There is a particular cycle. Like, you don't just want to have like really rapid button spam. I think there is a particular cycle that allows you to get a nice solid boost from the car in terms of covering a very efficient amount of distance per button press. It literally is a garage garbage level as well, actually, because of the car. Just one moment while I check what's with the queue. Yeah, let's do a few more next before we get back into the sub list. I marked that as a win. I don't think I did. Yeah, so in terms of what's going on with the streaming schedule, and we'll talk about that as we punch in King Brock. So as usual, viewer levels will return tomorrow in the same time slot. After that, for the next week, I may be off for a couple of days due to trying to sort out some stuff on the computer hardware side. I will hopefully be back for viewer levels next weekend. But as we get into July, I also have some plans to be running a lot of indie games on the side during the weekday streams. And so, yeah, certainly hope some of you will be back for that. And that's just going to be in the first 2 or 3 weeks of July or so, where I'll be running through a whole pile of games from my backlog. And details are going to be in the Discord when I get around to posting a more precise schedule. In the meantime, we'll look at The Legend of Brakata 2-2. The adventure continues, and in an effort to make up for lost time, you take an underwater shortcut. I have to reconstruct my memory of the story here so far, because I know there was the jailbreak and everything, and we've been playing this bit by bit over the past few weeks. Okay, glad we got some of that 3D world practice out of the way. And, yeah, we'll just get on some of the bees, probably. Unless we choose to do something a bit more reckless. Should have just done that. You know what, you can climb the trees, too. That would have been the obvious way to go, but I was very distracted by all of the coins. Oh, should have gone for the coin, but that's okay. Too busy being speedy. Yeah, same with the crate placement here. Interestingly enough, with the crate flotation, you could in fact go back through the entry pipe at the very start. Oh, interesting. That's... It looks like a similar pattern of trees, except everything is submerged. Not identical, though. Just a lot of trees underwater. Whoops. And of course, it's underwater. You could always go back through that regardless, in fact. So, never mind what I said about carrying the crates earlier. We'll just take this through. Have a decently accurate swimming experience. I do like the fact that you're dispensing the crates here just to make the swimming easy. As you can see, you do the same thing at checkpoint as well. Makes this a very nice playable swimming level in 3D world where you don't have power-ups like the E-balloon or the frog to help you out. And we'll just time ourselves around that. Whoops. Didn't expect it to go all the way up. The extra crates are for anyone playing this in multiplayer. Yeah, if you lose a crate and it gets destroyed, that would be entertaining for somebody, I'm sure. If not the player that it happens to. I can see why this is kind of built for multiplayer, in fact. Because you can see how certain segments here would get a bit crowded. And here we go. Whoops. Yeah, I guess the swimming, though, does simplify this a lot, where, like, I can see how this works in multiplayer. Also, crates do block fireballs, which is totally not intuitive, given that fire is supposed to set things on fire. Whoops, trying to make that jump there, that was not smart. Do trees work like blocks for power-ups in multiplayer in terms of spawning power-ups per player? Is that what you mean? I think they do, but I'm not certain because I don't really play Versus. Given that, like I said, I've never had a reasonable connection in any of the handful of Versus matches that I've attempted to play. But in terms of doing the kind of quad spawn in multiplayer with power-ups popping everywhere, I would imagine they work the same way. I don't see why they wouldn't. Oh. Yeah, when I'm holding the crate, it's not going to block, but when the crate is set down, it's going to block a projectile. I'm fairly certain of that. Should have thought that through. Not the most intuitive thing, though. Okay. I think even now, considering how long the game has been out, the crate interactions are probably not well known in a player base in terms of a lot of the things you can do with them. This level was made for mainly single player, yeah. I think in single player, you know, in the water segment, it is something that you can breeze through quickly enough that it can feel a little bit plain. Okay, that was a bit of a risk. That's okay, well, nearly died to that once again, but interestingly enough, you can constrain a lot of their positions here, these pokies. Just move them wherever you like. Bad idea. Bad idea. This guy's gonna turn back, though. And at some point, there was probably a power-up available that we just missed. And dash panels are going to carry you all the way out. Yeah, kind of a short and sweet adventure. I think the swimming in a second segment, you know, it feels very smooth, but I wonder if the platforming could have added a bit more variety to that, because when you can just swim in a straight line through most of that, then a lot of the things you have going on with the Cheeps and the Goombas and such don't really take effect unless you somehow lose the crate. But that's okay, I mean, we took the underwater shortcut, just as described. Let's mark that as a win. Just to check the queue quickly. Yeah, sure, we'll do a quick sub next first. Just to keep things balanced. I do like to alternate, but when we have very few subs, we'll just try to make things work at a decent pace. So next GM, we'll pull another one up from you if you are, in fact, still here. And we'll just let next GM have a moment to check in. And they did say they were a little bit delayed earlier, so 116, okay. Simple one and very bouncy. We've been warned. Okay, all the way down this towering list. Brr, a cold day. We're going to change characters to Blue Servant for the second attempt on this, because we... I'd rather not just hop out and switch to Toad and re-enter the code, so let's get into this first. It's a cold day, and many of Bowser's minions went in the snow to play. Dario Man's been rocking a lot of these records. Well done to him. So yeah, we'll swap for the next attempt. Just to acknowledge that redemption from Male64. Okay. Going to be Yoshi. Which means, yeah, everything seems like it's going to be built all the way up top. Whoops, I thought I was going to swallow that shell and just totally miscalculated. That's okay, lots of other things to carry. Whoops. I can see why this would be, once again, like many of these levels from Next GM, kind of interesting to speedrun if you wanted to do it. And just because you can get so many continuous bounces off of one enemy to the next. And the spacing is going to work quite nicely for that, in fact, from what I've seen so far. Because look at how I just land precisely on those pokies as they spawn in. So, definitely a victory for some of the spacing here as we lose Yoshi once again. Nope, not quite. Hang on. Probably nothing, so... Let's see here. Okay. And here's a big one. He's going to lose to a snowball fight, though. And so is this guy. Possibly. Yeah, lots of flexibility to how you can do any of this. Yeah, that was risky, but we made it. Okay. Nearly lost Yoshi there, but we'll take that. So yeah, very bouncy, as promised. So yeah, thank you for that. Not that we were pushing anything close to the speed record, but definitely one that would be fun to push, I think. Thank you for the GGs. Okay, Nintenium, if you are still present. How many 1-ups can you get by jumping correctly? We'll let somebody else find that out. Sure. And thank you, Mang, for the other submission as well. We'll see what to do with that in good time. Queue is going to be open for some time longer, since we're still fairly early on in this session. Here's a Flint Cave. Fairly short platforming level in a cave. Yeah, very new upload from about a week ago. Let's see what this is all about. No, I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Clearly nothing was going to happen there on the left side. I think I was wondering what those munchers were all about. I think those munchers are pretty much there specifically to just prevent you from getting back to safety on the left side, but as you can see, we definitely didn't quite follow the expected pattern with that. There we go. Okay. No, I needed to kick that to the left. Bouncing on a mole, however, would be a not a pickup on this because this is SMB1, but we'll need to probably just bounce that slightly to the right on the second bounce. And that'll do a deflection on the left side when we get back there. That bit with the P-block marker over the bullets seemed to work as intended, and that it actually did turn out to be blind friendly. Even though I was kind of taking that spot on trust. Okay. Yeah, right as you spawn that in. Seems very reliable. Overcompensated slightly. I am supposed to bounce on top of the mole. It'll get the shell kick, and then I'll bounce over to the right side and step on the shell the second time. So I just need to clean up some of the timing here, jump a bit higher so we get a better fall down below. A lot of things here are tuned to accommodate full jumps, I think. Although you don't strictly have to do that if you're cutting some corners along the way. 50 coin. And okay, now moment of truth. There we go. And all the way over. Okay. This took me a moment to read what was going on with the stacks there. Should have been fairly clear to me, I think, that I just needed to continue. It was just a bit of hesitation while I was processing what was going on with that boost stack. Okay. And yeah, you need to wait that out for one swing. And that is expected to be a full jump, I think, from the timing that we're seeing here, although I need to land more accurately. It wasn't a timing issue so much as a problem with accuracy horizontally. So we'll just give ourselves another go when we get back over there. And up we go. And forward. Yeah, very tempting to go right away off the claw, although sensible thing, of course, is to wait out the thwomp. Nope, we're supposed to hit that to the right side. Very well-placed pig noise there. Oops. Can definitely appreciate some pork belly from time to time. I'm still thinking about pork belly because I had a bit of suckling pig for my last dinner, and what was actually my first time dining in a restaurant since last September. Which feels like a landmark worth commemorating. But that was a particularly difficult drought, I think. Whoops, there we go. E-jump and on the flag. Yeah, very nice, quite blind friendly. I did hesitate in a few spots, but I think everything worked pretty much as reliably as it could have, with some generous margins of error here and there in terms of timing and jump height and so forth, so it seemed to work very smoothly, at least for me. Thank you for that, Nintendo. Yeah, we'll do a few more next first. Next will be Odo, who just said GG, so I do assume that Odo is here. conducting all kinds of diplomatic business aboard Deep Space Nine. And yeah, let's take a look at Through the Fire and Flames. Good luck, 50%, which tells me that this is probably not designed to be played with a guitar controller. Short and sweet, 30 seconds or so, yeah. We'll see what we can do. And of course, the Angry Sun is just going to camp out right at the start. Defeat all 3 Bowsers. Let's keep that in mind. If we just go for a star, and if I land on top of the star accurately, then we're probably in good shape, in fact. We'll need to pull back initially for that first firebar, but... Okay. You just kind of chain your way through from one star to the next. And, yeah. I mean, I'm basically just trusting the star timing here. Not much else I can do apart from that, but of course the stars just pop out of the pipes, so they refresh along the way. As long as I get back up quickly enough while the star is still active, I'm actually in decent shape. I think maybe one issue with this is that the challenges don't really change as you go forward. Like, you're doing fundamentally the same thing, since the star just makes you invincible the whole way. So, you know, I'm basically doing the same thing over and over. It's not like there's much of a difference. So. Anyway, we'll just stomp all the Bowsers, and that's going to be it. Yeah, I think it's something that could maybe use a little bit more variety, so it's not like each segment is the same as the previous ones, but I can appreciate the idea. It's just that, you know, obviously with something like the star giving you invincibility, that does limit your options in terms of the different kinds of interactions you can have with the player, but and I do like the star refreshes that come out of the pipes in terms of how gentle they are. It's just that the platforming itself could probably have a bit more to it, so thank you for that. Okay, Nugu Kaza, let's do some P-Balloon. You're re-uploading now, could you skip? Yes, let me take a look at what's going on with the queue. I mean, we could just, yeah, we'll just bump you back 1 since you did queue here, so. And then take as long as you need. We'll just go through the queue in the meantime. Let's try to accommodate you that way. Mail 64. Oh, you also need to do some kind of upload, perhaps, or... Well, let me know. Just a sec. Okay. You're also uploading. Are you clear checking, or are you actually just hitting the upload button for the test right now? Because we can always just swap into your correct code as we punch this in, which... Yeah, so you want me to look at something different. Is that my understanding? Yeah, since we already pulled your level in the queue, that code is not going to be attached to it. That's okay. I mean, the incorrect code will be displayed, but since this is just going to be a playtest anyway, I don't think it matters too much if you expect yet you'll be revising this. The Cursed Berg, it looks very much like a Phanto level. Once again, lift the curse placed on a small desert town. And this is something all new. Okay, looks like a perfectly friendly desert town to me so far, apart from that guy trying to snipe me. We're down below. Okay, we got a door up here. If there's something broken, you'll re-upload. Yeah, let's just try to stomp. Cloud isn't quite accessible, though, in this location. I actually kind of wonder what he would have thrown at me. But we'll have to find it out some other time. Okay, SMB2, which of course naturally makes me wonder about any jump locations. Nope, not going to be there. We'll keep an eye out for that. Pretty coin down here. Okay. Interesting. We'll see what the key door is all about. Let's check the left side first. And then Teramis, welcome. We don't want to pluck all the clouds because then we'll lose access to a whole lot of nothing. Okay, interesting that there is a key door, kind of implying that we can back our way here unless we have some ways to build the pokies. Anyway, into the Dark Zone. Door to the Dark World, apparently. So the POWs are just going to light things up. We don't actually have a way to hit them, although, of course, I can pick it up with the SMB2 mushroom. I don't see a reason to do that yet, though, and oh, I guess there's Phanto coming at the end of this. We'll take that anyway, just to have it present. But it looks like it's going to be an on-off switch maze, and then we need to dodge Phanto coming out of that. We'll keep that alive, too. Yeah, carrying the POW, of course, just isn't doing that much for me, apart from the lighting system. I guess we should go through here right away. Okay, you're going to have a bomb in that location. The bomb, of course, is just going to blow up this spot right here as we get through here safely. And the idea is that you eventually lead more bombs down here. As you can see, because I'm wearing a SMB2 suit, we will not be bopping the bombs right away. We do need to pick them up first, which is going to go like that. Eventually the bombs will continue barreling their way down, remaining active. And we'll see what that's all about. I feel like I do want to hit the question block without blowing it up. Notice that there is a risk of blowing up the question block here. Yeah, which I'm wondering if that would be an issue. Notice that if we blow up the block, then we, I think, don't actually have a way of hitting the on switch. So be aware of that, because that is necessary to get through this gate, although of course you can always respawn through the door. No, but if you respawn through the door, this will stay destroyed because it's not spawning a vine, so yeah, definitely be aware of the bomb risk in this location. I think it's actually a potential problem, looking at what I'm seeing here. Unless I'm missing something. I think actually may be an issue. You know what? We can try it. Can't we? This is going to be reckless, but we're not very far, so... And yeah, Nuka-Kaza, don't worry about it. We've had these things happen all the time with people sending things in for testing. So there's a fix needed already. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at this. Okay, no, because we're coming in here with the on state, so this is going to drop down right away. But I do think that the bomb issue is definitely a problem there. And it's going to be a risk no matter what, just given the fact that you have access to throwing the bombs anywhere you like, with whatever timing you like, using the SMB2 mushroom. So, you know, there isn't going to be a very elegant solution to that with the way it's set up currently, I think. One thing you can do is to use a jump block rather than a question block, because that will not blow up, and that will be something that you can consistently spawn an object out of every time you reload back into the room. I think that's probably the solution, just to use something that cannot be destroyed. Like the note blocks. Let me see what's going on here. Also looking at the various opportunities to pick up the POWs. We probably don't want to destroy our own lighting system that way, but given that carrying the POW doesn't give me very much. SMB2 does appear optional, which is good because there is the possibility we lose it from damage, and you don't want to create a situation where it's impossible to progress. I'm thinking meanwhile about what can happen if you do, in fact, eat the POW. Hitting the POW here is going to get rid of the pokies. I like that. We'll do it. And down we go. Yeah, fairly gentle over here. Carrying with SMB2 is not going to take any objects through. It's not like a general hold interaction. Do you want to check the bottom right? Because I do see a question block there. Yeah. It's going to be coins. That's fine. Okay, then we'll just make our way through here. Whoops. Okay, lost SMB2, but we do see fairly generous SMB2 mushroom refreshes all over the place here, so I'm not too concerned. SMB2 would, of course, allow you to go through this, but regular mushroom does as well. I sure hope there's a way to get back out. Okay, good. Always good to check these things. 3 blocks here, 2 blocks here. You can sense Toad twitching slightly from all the way over here. Okay, that's okay. It's not like it's symmetrical in any respect, so... Yeah. Very Mario 1 style bonus segment here, in fact, like some of the places you can approach from under the pipes. Okay, then we can just go over directly. That looks like it is... no, until you hit the ground blocks. Right, of course. It looks like there shouldn't be any kind of soft lock risk there. Looks okay. Okay, going to poke this, and down we go. What's he going to throw at me this time? We didn't even know what he was trying to throw the first time. Interesting pipe placement there, huh? Doesn't look like there's any objects spawned coming from it. I think it's an exit pipe, probably an exit from a previous secret, if I'm understanding that properly. Okay, it's going to throw dry bones everywhere. Dry bones are meant to chase you. And then we'll take SMB2 up here. If you do not have the SMB2 mushroom, I wonder about this location. I guess the pipe is supposed to be your way forward. And that's just... whoops. Timeout, okay. That's okay, we were just at the checkpoint, so... Not much of a concern over here. Okay. So, let's check what's going on with the seesaws down at the bottom. As you can see, you can hit the dry bones and nothing will happen. You can drop in the right side here as well. Currently no overlaps on anything here, but... yeah, that's going to be fine. Definitely wondering about that blaster to the left and what's being blocked there. But we'll worry about that when we do, in fact, hit the on-off switch. Notice that when you hit the on-off switch, there is going to be a pokey that drops here. When the pokey drops, however, you are able to, whoops, probably pick something up with the SMB2 mushroom and chuck it there to kill it. Interesting, this location as well. Okay. It's going to be something proximity-based with the on-off switch up there. And that's going to drop in and block me from the key. Yeah, Teramus, thank you for submitting Vessel of the Guardian Fishbones. We'll probably be closing the queue somewhat soon. Not right away. But probably within the next level or two. Just to keep things under control. But we'll see. It'll depend on some of the difficulty of pending levels that we haven't seen yet. Okay, looks like there will be another on-off switch after whatever lies beyond this door. Cursed key, okay. Well, same idea as before here. Let's do more SMB2. And okay, so you do need the Han states, and you just light the place up, which is nice, because then you can anticipate what the path is going to be in advance. It is going to be bottom right, top left, top right. Okay. And now we need to look for the key door. Whoops. And let's move on if we can. Okay, that was not the most elegant approach. Yeah. Got slightly picked off there. Aegis Cook, welcome. And yeah, okay, we need to come back out with Cursed Key and then go through that initial key door that we saw. Let's move around and try to pick up some power-ups again first. Just to get ourselves into a better spot. And okay, let's move on through here. I totally forgot that key in the bottom, actually. Let's... Wait, no, that's because we can't actually get that yet, can we? Due to the blaster. Yep, okay. We'll need to keep that in mind when we come through here as a second key. It's available. SD, welcome. And we're doing well. As I was just saying that when I was playing the level before this one, today I actually dined at a restaurant for the first time in about 9 months. Just due to patio experiences finally reopening around here. The key is a red herring? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I guess the blaster block would probably remain in place. And it was excellent. A little bit indulgent, just to find fine dining available in the neighborhood, and it was highly necessary after such a long drought of any kind of travel or anything else. If you'll excuse me just a minute, I do need to hold off for just 1 second to check something that's going on my end, so I'll be right back in just a minute or so. Okay, like you said about the key being a red herring, let's retry that. I just need to remember what my pathway was. Yeah, let's grab a power-up first, just for a bit of an additional buffer. Okay, let's pop this and work our way up slowly. maybe not take damage here for once. Although I think it was actually the way back that was a bit more of a concern. Yeah, a very specific pattern we need to hit here, but we'll retain some of those question blocks. You can get the key as a good shortcut, but you don't think that's possible. Yeah. I should actually test some of those things a bit more thoroughly, but... you know, just to see if there are any potential issues. Okay, very shocking. Whoops. Alright. Dodging strategically so far. And now we do need to get a quick read of this whole layout, and then pop over here, grab power up, lose the power up, and down we go. And yeah, a couple of these guys coming out of blasters, it seems. That's going to remain blocked. I don't have SMB2 to grab the POW. That would have been useful for dispensing with some of the pokies, as well as doing what I said earlier about killing that pokey that's on the bottom right. I guess everything with a seesaw here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the seesaw here. Whoops. Let's get out, maybe. Ah, I see. We're in a bad position when it comes to Boo's getting in the way. Let's pull them out. Okay. Face everything. And down we go. Through the door. Okay. Always loved that Boo ring in the cloud animation. Just a very neat little nuance of this game. Of course, we're going to check everything up here and not miss. Okay, good. Oh, interesting little thing here with the burner at the very end. I guess that's supposed to be like something fire-breathing. Can't quite tell. Anyway, curse lifted. So yeah, hopefully that's a useful playtest. I guess after the last checkpoint activation, I mean, that's kind of the bulk of the level right there. It's definitely one of the longer segments in terms of going back and forth for the Phanto Chase, but given how you have that dependent on the on-off state switch, I can see why you're doing that as a single segment. But from a pacing perspective, it definitely feels like a pretty big chunk. I don't think you need to break it up further. I'm generally okay with sparse checkpointing for levels that are this gentle, but you could see how I could have potentially gotten myself trapped with all the boos at the end of that. So anyway, thank you for that. We'll mark that as a win. And then we'll pull next if Nugukaza, you did complete your upload. Yes, you put in a replace, I think. So let me take a look at the clear rate on this one. I may close queue after that since we got a couple of extra submissions in at once. Of course, this is just a fresh upload, so we have no idea. Ah, yes, the adventure. Yes, that's right. I remember doing the early segments of this last time. I do know this is a bit of a longer thing, so we will likely close up for the time being. So after this, yeah, that's fine. We'll just go down the list from here, probably. Let me just check how we're doing in terms of attendance. I think Wolfie P or Wolfie F might have left. I'm not exactly sure. So we might just have 4 remaining in queue right now, but we'll do this one first because it is a bit of a lengthy one and see how we go. Yeah, I'll close queue in a few minutes probably. So consider this last call. SDGML, I should actually put in an order command. The order is approximately next and subnext. I have been just going down next for most cases lately simply because we've played a couple levels by next GM already. And Nukukaza would like to burger and fires, which is, you know, the arsonist Happy Meal. Okay, red pipe over here. I don't know if that's just a sort of developer thing early on, too. Team Donut. Okay, just a bit of a credit. Oh, this is probably a safety coin then, if I understand it correctly. Let me not grab that yet. I don't see the exit right away here, though, so maybe that's a coin we should just be taking as a credit screen. Because it may take a while to get back here. Yeah, have to take a blowtorch to that patty. That is correct. Alright, so we're going to get through here with that water drag on the P-switch. Let's hit the P-switch once again just to get through here. Okay, really gentle timing. Stay out of the way of the bomb. And if we don't lose the P-balloon, we don't need to take the reset doors. That's how it works around here. And okay, let's grab a P-balloon. Yeah, it looks like it's going to come out rather nicely from that pipe. This is going to kill everything. And that's going to be checkpoint right here. Pretty gentle so far by Nukukaza ballooning standards, but we'll try to pull back on some of that and regret my words immediately. Alright, back to the previous P. And SD, yeah, you may have seen this before. This is a new version of something that we had played on the stream previously. I didn't really get that far from what I recall, so a lot of this will be new content. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you definitely need to manage their facing direction here, I think. A bit risky, but we made it. Okay. E-balloon here, but then one-way panel enforcing that you need to keep the current P. Interesting question block down below there. We'll see if maybe this gives me another P or something. Nope, just a 1-up. Okay, so the idea here will be to hit the on-off switch. Why is there a coin suggesting you hit it from below, though? I don't really know. POW looks like it's accessible with a shell. I think I can pop the shell from up top. No, I can't. Okay. That'll actually learn my P-balloon mechanics for once. Looks like we'll probably want to take a reset door here, then. But the off switches are accessible from below, so I don't see this as enforcing a P-balloon just yet, although it might for reasons that I have not yet determined. Oh, that's just a Koopa pipe, I think. That's just a coin block, okay. And, yeah, I see what's going on here. That's the slope next to the green pipe is what enforces the P-balloon. Because you can hit the POWs into the destruction of the Munchers just fine, but you can't actually go through here unless you have the balloon first, due to the presence of a slope. I guess there's probably no way to snatch one of the POWs either, given that they drop immediately. Because I was kind of thinking, okay, you know, you find some way to snatch a POW. Like go through the side or something. I kind of want to try that, in fact, after the next reset if I lose the P-Balloon, because the idea would be that you use a POW drop in order to form like a little bit of a bridge here, such that you can actually go through without a P. It probably doesn't work, but it's something to think about. You know what? This is a test. Let's try it. Even though I have 135 seconds left. So the idea would be that I do something like this. You take damage. You try to... Okay, I guess I can't actually grab a POW. Yeah. Trying to see if I can grab a middle POW. That's the idea here. But I don't think it's actually possible then. So, okay. We'll just take this as lost and reset that. And, yeah, no, that's exactly it, SD. I was about to suggest that. That's the coins here under the blocks previously did suggest that the on-offs here are not really for a state switch, they're just to have a repeatable block that isn't going to make the Koopa bounce. And that's absolutely correct. But yeah, you spotted it. And that's going to require a little bit of speed here. With some level I was playing last week, New Kaza, where it involved a P-Balloon at some point, and I know that because I remember telling myself, like, thank goodness New Kaza showed me all these P-Balloon mechanics so I could actually play this thing well. I don't remember what level it was, but I remember distinctly talking about that in one of the previous streams. So anyway, here's the Bowser fight. And yeah, we hit this. Okay. And then we hit this. I do remember this fight. Maybe I did get further in this thing than I realized. Yeah, Bowser Fire is looking decently safe. Whoops. That was very risky. And time is up, so nothing for me here. Okay. And I had done so much dodging, too. It's working so well. Okay, we'll let that crash. We'll let that swim. And yeah, this is going to go decently, I think. Let everything crash. Just need to get rid of as much as I can before we have more of that stuff going on. Okay, now is our chance. Let's go. Yeah, definitely having a couple of miracle dodges here so far. And okay, there we go. Yeah, as long as we emerge above the surface of the water, we're actually doing okay for dodging the fish bones. That's a lot of hits, though. He gives a fair bit of punishment. Notice the P-Balloon refresh on the bottom if we need that somehow. Okay. Next hit coming up. Okay. Need to be extra careful here. Getting slightly better at piloting this thing. Enough to get by. He's taking a lot of punishment, though, and so we just need to be very, very careful here. But yeah, there was definitely no way I was making that original timer. Makes me think the clear check is actually very impressive, in fact. There we go. Works surprisingly well, in fact. I missed a lot of coins all over the place. I guess I don't know how much of that is just still in development, but here's a key. And here's a bonus segment of sorts. Certainly looks like it. Okay. Let's not go all the way down. Very tempting to check that. How many hits was that? I believe it was 7, but... yeah, because don't you have like 20 HP on Small Bowser? And I'm just calculating that in my head. Anyway, I hope that was a useful test so far. I can see that it is still in development with whatever you're using the pink coins for, but the boss, I mean, it is a bit of a long boss just from the number of hits involved there, but it was a pretty good consistency check, just that I think it actually does have a very high risk of timeout in most cases, because, you know, I played that pretty much as perfectly as I could, with a bit of stalling going around the bottom segment, of course, and it is something that is going to be a pretty big drain on the clock. But that's the only thing. I mean, clearly playable, not too bullet heavy, I guess, in terms of dodging all the fire. If I can do it, I think people can do it. But hopefully that's useful, and once again, thanks for dropping that and allowing me to show off some of those piloting skills for once. And yeah, SD, I mean, they are different from the red coin challenges that are in the older Mario games, starting with Mario 64 and through the NSMB series. I think I just got into the habit of calling them pink coins. Thank you for redeeming Skip to Q, by the way. You will be next to SD. I'll pull you right now. Yeah, I definitely got into the habit of calling them pink coins rather than red coins in Maker 1 for some reason. I don't remember, but I think it's because they are mechanically distinct. So we will pop SD up at the top of the queue. So she can actually pretend to go to bed at a reasonable time. And as soon as I'm finished... yeah, exactly, that's it. The editor calls them pink. As soon as I'm finished typing in this code, I'm going to close the queue. So, let me see what's going on here. BLR 31M. Every time I see your maker code, I always think of the last 3 digits here as Royal Museums Greenwich. I think that's just the first association I have with RMG. Anyway, we'll play the latest one, as usual, that I have not actually played. Picture yourself in a boat in a river, where for some reason Yoshi has kaleidoscope eyes. And yeah, at this point I will close and just give me a moment to mark everything with the stream title and bot display and all that. Yeah, Mang, every time somebody mentions that, of course, one thing I've talked about here before is I still don't know who popularized the whole Blowy Joey thing. I'm sure it was one of the big YouTubers, but I never really found out which one. You know, I always just assumed it was maybe DGR or somebody. Oh, or Ryukar, yeah, that's what it was. And I think that just caught on from there. I think I actually didn't hear it until Kavik really started using it all the time. Let me just make sure the bot is displaying closed, and then we will fly high with Yoshi. And yeah, Mel64, you're correct about them being red coins in the mainline Mario games. The pink coins are just treated as something totally different in a Mario Maker context. It's in English as well. They are red coins in all of the standard Mario games. But the red coin challenges are, once again, like usually the timed challenges that blink off. Although they're replaced by the green coins, I think, by the time you get into NSMBU for whatever reason. I keep forgetting that they are green in that game, in fact. We should be able to reach the POW, I think. There's a very subtle difference in Yoshi tongue ranges, depending on whether you're like falling into this or something. I think we need to melt this or break it first before we can actually get to POW, but we'll just move around here and see if we can get anything done. Just coins, okay. We can, of course, grab fire. That would be important once we grab something other than a coin. And, yeah, the POW obviously would be able to hit the Munchers, but we're not going to do something quite like that. I'm just going to wrap around instead, because I can. Nope, because I can't. Let's not destroy Yoshi with the thwomps. That would be something that makes SD very sad. I fall into this tile here. Nope. Whoops. You were able to grab the POW between the bumpers as Small Mario. Yeah, I was wondering, because I had seen interactions kind of like that in puzzle levels before. And so I was wondering, because I guess it was the restriction that I had to be small that would have made it possible. But I feel like I had done that with various bumper-based puzzle setups before, and so that's definitely a bit of a risk. But, you know, we look for that stuff. I think it was actually possible to... Well, let's see, because I'm going to try to do this without destroying the Munchers for some reason. It's probably silly. No. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll do it with the Munchers. I was thinking, okay, use Yoshi, soft drop to POW, and then jump up and then land on the POW. Well, probably just destroy those. Okay, fine. Let's do it. Whoops, I was trying to duck there, and of course, riding Yoshi, I couldn't actually duck that far. Safety of Man, welcome. It's been a while. Okay, let's try this once again. Same idea. I actually kind of want to soft drop the shell on... Whoops. Not in midair, of course, like that. Anyway, fire will give me POW. POW will give me Muncher access. Eventually. I'm just going to go to the next Muncher stack, actually, just to see what happens. Yeah, looks like this is going to be a... not quite a vertical climb, actually. This is just all there is to it. Maybe. Oh, no. It's going to keep going. Also, I can tear off everything under the red pipe. Eventually. Yoshi almost got smushed there. Okay, red pipe is going to give me a whole bunch of coins and a P-switch that I'm going to spit out by mistake. P-switch will give me the clusters to the right side. We won't take them just yet. Sure, we'll take it. This is going to knock you back quite a ways if your timing is poor. Also, these will be coins eventually. Okay, going to hit the 2 Yoshi limit here. Note that the POW blocks will drop the coins, hence why earlier those were P blocks rather than anything else. Let me just jump off here. Okay, I do need to have an object there that can hit the on-off switch like a shell. Otherwise, you can see that as somebody small, it's possible for me to get into that location but not get trapped because of these spikes that create an SD lock. An SD lock in a level by SD, what a coincidence. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Yes, we do want to do that because I want the shell to be available, so. And Safety of Man, you're excited for 5YMM? Yeah, certainly hope that's you enjoy everything that there is on offer when those levels come in. I know that the date for that has not been officially announced, but it is going to be decently soon. It's not going to be next week or anything, but it will be soon enough. We are actually coming quite close to the 2nd anniversary of the release of Mario Maker 2. That's on the 28th, I believe. Okay, we moved that swamp back and forth a couple times. Nope. So much for Yoshi. I'm looking at this off switch here. Okay, no. It's protected from the side, so I'm not going to hit that on a delay with a shell or anything. Fire over here, okay. We'll do that. And we'll miss. This is an older level? No, I'm not judging it, I'm just playing it. I mean, there are enough interactions to work with here that there are a lot of locations where I could just kind of fool around and see what happens. Okay, yeah, we'll take that. And poor Yoshi. That's okay. Yoshi is my new best friend. This one, anyway. Okay. Yeah, lots of clouds to work with over here, and then it's going to be some kind of spits. This location. I feel like I do need a P-switch in order to continue here, but maybe... What am I even holding right now? How? Okay. Whoops. Come back, pal. No, never mind. I was going to drop all the coins. Why would I want to drop all the coins other than just obtaining... Oh, I see. There's going to be a fire location up top. As well as a general reset over here. Let's see what this is all about. I'm kind of suspicious about this because it looks like I'm supposed to have something like a P-switch there, but I see fire under the blue pipe. Oh, there's going to be a long reset. Yeah. All the way back down. And that's okay, we'll just make it back up. No P-switch. Okay, the coins are just there to be dropped by the POW then. Possibly I just need to ride this guy all the way up. For some time. No, this was the one that just gave me access to the on-off switch over here. But let's say I ride him up even further. Nope, nothing happening there. That was really quite a lot more accurate than I expected if we were actually deliberately aiming for that. Oops. Anyway, up we go. Nope. And, oh, he got nuked. Okay. Maybe being a little bit complacent here. Yeah. Okay, very convenient of Yoshi to just land in a location that will allow me to retrieve him right away. We'll swallow one for it. Whoops. Let's aim first. No, we don't need a hint. I'm still kind of in the exploration phase. By exploration, I mean get hit on the way up phase. Mostly by things we've already seen, yeah. But yeah, I definitely noticed the ice that was underneath the pipe in the top right corner. That's something I'll just keep in mind for later. Once we get trapped here. Nope. Wait, no, there was a Yoshi that was available soon. Didn't need to drop all the way back down. There's something very fitting about the Super Mario Sunshine Delfino Plaza soundtrack here. Okay. Let's patiently let the Thwomps do their thing. What am I holding again? Shell, okay. Yeah, let's trade it for a POW. Whoops. That's okay, we'll take the other one. Well, I mean, we might as well actually do the... Oh, I see. Because it's a wing POW. Yeah, we could just ride it across. Let's reset, grab another one. And yeah, SD is definitely a classic addition to the Mario music repertoire for a reason. I need fire at some point in order to do everything over here. No, I don't. I just need to grab the POW, and yeah, the ice is just decoration, in fact. Let's not spit the POW way off. Oh, hang on. Forgot that it still had wings. Well, that happened. I probably should have just taken a reset door earlier, but I couldn't find it, so... Back up we go. And back up we go. Luckily we have an ample supply of Yoshis. This species is in abundance. So. And interestingly enough, the Yoshis actually are a well-protected species here. They are taking a lot of damage, obviously, but still running off into safe locations. Getting carried off into off-screen sanctuaries every time. It was just that one time that we had to crush death on one of the Yoshis that we truly did some harm. But other than that, they've been having a gentle experience here. Yeah, no, we're not murdering your friends at all. They're escaping very safely. I mean, maybe with their feet on fire, but that's why Yoshi wears those flame-retardant boots. Very useful in all such circumstances. Okay, let's remember this time that the POW does in fact still have wings. And... no, I need to not do that. I was trying to jump off Yoshi and go for that POW. That was poorly conceived. Yeah, nice little cruise mechanic for sure. It even qualifies as our rainbow cruise. In fact. Okay, bust this down. Shell, nope. Shell, there we go. Nope. Maybe a few accuracy issues on my part as we slowly make our way up. Everything's quite gentle here, it's just that there is room to really sabotage yourself. Okay, let's grab some fire eventually. Grab a shell. Whoops. Grab a shell. Yoshi's having a bit of a hard time today. I always love this sprite of Yoshi totally stuffing his face. But then Yoshi's sprite art has always been just amazing in Super Mario World. It's everything about him. That little upturned snout when he jumps. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ride it across and I'll just dismount this time. We can do so safely. And just snatch the POW from underneath. There we go. At long last. Okay, checkpoint. Red Yoshi is going to probably blow things up with fire. Let's probably not outrun the Thwomp just yet, but let's switch. First of all, let's see what that's all about. More coins, okay. Alright, I'm sure that'll be useful eventually. Let's just run it. Oh, okay. Hey, that's kind of an interesting way to exploit that. Oh, this is also a music segment. And actually is Yoshi in the sky with diamonds. Okay. Except, did I need to hit the on switch for something? I don't know. I need a key, though. And we don't have a key. Let me think about this. We will need to look for that somehow. Possibly okay, no, I know what's going on. The Thwomp has to be escorted all the way to the right. Because when the Thwomp hits the on-off switch, then it dies. Poor Yoshi. You know what's going to happen. You know it's coming. You know it's coming, we can't do anything about it. All we can do is watch. Well, the anticipation is building. I'm glad you had the emotes ready. There was plenty of warnings, yeah. Okay. Joke's on us. But that's okay, because everything's going to remain in the off state, and so We're probably just going to get smushed by the Thwomp, actually, when we go back to the left. Because I don't... Oh, you know what? We can just take the reset door. What am I doing? I could stop running. That would despawn a Thwomp, but keep Yoshi, since Yoshi has longer existence range. That's very true, except we needed the Thwomp to hit anyway, though. I certainly hope I can... Oh, yeah, I can definitely hit the on-off here. Then I wonder if I can do something to hit this twice. No. Let me just check this to see if I can exploit this somehow. Probably not. What's going on up here? More coins, okay. Alright, let's do the chase. Or just follow the Thwomp from behind, since we already eradicated all the fire, so... Yeah, Mang, it definitely seemed a little bit out of character. But we learn new things about SD every time we see a Yoshi killing level like this one. Okay, let's see what we can do just to hang around here before we finally hit the goal. Oh, just mostly stars and the music setup. And yeah, safety of Mend. The music, of course, is very fitting for a level where at one point you do in fact need to ride the Beatles. Okay. Mang, your Switch Online membership just expired. Can't believe you let it lapse given how essential it is to for daily operations. Little 420 at the end. I think the song is fitting for harder substances than that, given that it literally is just LSD. Did I, in fact, mark that as a win? I don't think I did. Let's mark this. Next GM, I'm going to pull you up with a sub next now. I think that Wolfie isn't here anyway, so we'll just do that in order. And, whoops, hang on. I need to fix one thing quickly. Lost my chat window for a moment. Sorry, I may have missed the last few messages here due to a minor issue with my chat window, but it should be back. Anyway, man, you can't even check the comments on your levels. It's very unfortunate. I've remained continuously subscribed ever since I got Maker 2. But... sorry. Let me check this once again. Yeah, we pulled up next GM, right? Could I do 161? Yeah, I did miss that message. My chat window just lost the last few messages for various reasons. I accidentally popped it out to a different window, I think, and things went missing. So let's type in the code. Let me just pull this up one more time. Is the weather really hot where I am? Not really. It's kind of, well, we had a bit of a heat wave, but some rain this weekend, so it's kind of mid-20s Celsius. I don't even know what that is in Fahrenheit. I guess that's maybe low 70s or something? I have no idea. Between 30 and 39 every day, yeah, that seems stuffy. 161, okay. Choco chip cookie dough. Yeah, SD, I think Mill is based in France, if the flag is accurate. Mario stumbles upon a land of sweet cookie dough. What? It could happen? Actually, it happens on a very regular basis, considering that the cookie or dessert theme has been kind of a mainstay of every 3D Mario game for a while now. In a way that I think I only really began to notice as a pattern recently. I believe it started with Galaxy, because Galaxy had the cookie planet, and then you started having cookie levels pop up in 3D Land and 3D World, and you know, it is of course something that goes back to the original chocolate and cookie and food themes in Super Mario World, but of course back then it was much less aesthetically developed as an actual snack world or bakery world the way it is now. Let's take a look. Oh, okay, so yeah, French in Arizona, I see. I remember having been to Arizona one summer many, many years ago. And I was in a hotel that, you know, very prominently had bottled water that was quite expensive because it's Arizona and demand is high. But there's no way you can just say no to that, right? Like, I was checking into this hotel and it was like $6 for a bottle of water and in the mini fridge in the room. And I just had to have it. Like, you just have no choice. This was actually for a Scrabble event, by the way, and quite a while ago. But I was playing a tournament there. It depends where you are in southern France, actually. Like if you're down by the Riviera, perhaps, but there are definitely some parts of southern France that are kind of temperate year-round, especially in the wine country. Down in Provence, but if you're going as far south as Mediterranean coast, like down to Marseille, then yeah, it's pretty toasty. And okay, here we go. Yeah, close to Barcelona, near Toulouse. Yeah, that's... I haven't been there, though. Haven't quite been to in that area by the Spanish border. Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I was last in France. I used to travel there somewhat more frequently. And, oh, okay, that was quick. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a risk here of just punching through all of this stuff and dying, but luckily, lots of ground blocks to break things up along the way. Yeah, pretty straightforward here. Don't think it really quite registered with me in terms of picking up of what was going on because we were too busy talking about the weather in Arizona and France. But I can definitely see what you're going for in terms of the cookie aesthetic. The platforming itself, I think, was a little bit plain. Could have maybe used a bit more chocolate chip. It's sort of interesting when you look at a preview screen here and see how it's overlaid with the background art of all those desert hills or rock outcroppings in the background. That seems to suit it a bit better. But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, as a Bordelais, I guess you would have opinions about the southern wine. Lots of traditional rivalries going on. Let's take a look at what is next. That's going to be... yeah, Wolfie I think is long gone, but we'll just do a quick check here. And if we don't see a check-in, we will move on to whatever is next, which will be a submission from Meng, who has already shown us our nightly quotient of supernova pipes. I don't know if, Meng, you've actually submitted that one to Supernova yet. We can check that when we pull up your profile. Anyway, let's do a remove and a next. I'm sure he absolutely loved it. Okay, Meng's going to come in here with... I'm going to check this first of all. We did play it earlier today. I just want to see what its recent history is like. I don't actually know if Supernova would show up on the clear list early on, but a lot of people seem to have been, well, cleared it. I don't know how many of them actually enjoyed it, but I think some people can recognize when, yeah, they're like the people who actually have taste around here, they recognize when you produced a work of genius. Actually, a very consistent pattern of, you know, all the people who like this thing being mostly people I recognize as being good makers who know what they're doing. I don't see Supernova here on the clear list, though. So, very suspicious. Supernova cleared this a couple days ago. Okay, okay. It's probably just filled up very quickly, huh? Or maybe on a previous version, who knows? I was curious. I'll have to check his VOD at some point. Anyway, Meng, the most recent thing from you that we have not completed is Swamp Highway. 0.54, we'll see what we can do to make it through it. So I'll spend some time on this one, and we've just got the one submission from Teramis after this, I think, so likely what will happen is, depending on how long this is, we'll do what we can. If I'm struggling with it, then what I may do is I would take a break from it to see the submission from Teramis, and then come back to it to try to clear it at the very end as the closer. If it turns out that I'm having tons of trouble, so we'll see. Because sometimes down in these 0.5-ish clear rates, I mean, I can beat the Meng levels, but it can take me a bit of time, so. Okay, you're going to have some clown card bouncing here. Yeah, not enough of a spin jump on that guy. Love the, well, I was trying to get back to the left there, I just didn't aim very well. I can spin jump immediately, I probably should in fact, but... Oh, whoops. Directional control, not exactly going as well as I hoped there. Okay, up we go. And I wonder what's throwing me off here, because I am pulling left a bit, but I think I'm just misjudging my momentum completely. For what is a fairly easy series of jumps. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, except maybe I'm just making a poor estimation of where the Thwomp and Clown Car are actually going to stop. Because that Thwomp is going to come down and hit. We'll see what that's all about. Yes. For some reason, I'm just retaining much more forward momentum than I expect every time. And seems like an odd level for that to happen. There we go. Okay, so here's our crush target here. Whoops. Oh no, that's just going to be Yoshi momentum followed by a jump off Yoshi. I see. It's a Mang level with Thwomps. It's going to launch us all the way over. Yoshi, of course, is going to be a real hero here. Whoops. Yeah, no, I need to fall and I need to stay there instead of slipping off like that. Okay, up we go. Okay, everything there, pretty understandable. Yeah, I need a little bit more reach there. You need to be quite careful about where I'm standing as Yoshi. Whoops. Yeah, but we'll get back there and see if we can make that happen. I don't know if there's an ideal moment to get on the Thwomp while it's bouncing back and forth in the clown car, whether I want it to be bouncing or not when I get aboard as Yoshi. But nope, nope, that was bad. SD does not approve. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I just need to get some of these poorer mid-air adjustments out of my system. Oh, wonder how I just missed that. I was trying to spin jump around it to the left so I could just follow it over. Like this. I like that a lot better, in fact. In terms of not having to deal with the adjustment in quite the same way. Nope, too late this time. Yeah, it seems like there's a very particular moment when I need to get off Yoshi in order to get on the mole. Well, I just have to figure out what position that is. Okay, Yoshi drops. We drop. There we go. No, I can, of course, get back to Divine to move to Thwomp once again. You've come to find you really enjoy Thwomp mechanics. Yeah, you'd enjoy a lot of Mang levels, and that's for sure. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, because Thwomps just give you so much momentum the way they slide around. Also, just lots of interactions, depending on how they make contact with various blocks and objects. Nope. Almost got crushed there. But not quite. Yeah, jumped a little bit too early before we managed to ride that out properly. Yeah, I don't even need to spin jump around that. We can just do a regular jump. Feels much safer to do it that way. Whoops, nope. Okay, let's get around here. Nope. That was not ideal. Let's spring load this whole thing once more. Okay. Timing was all wrong there. I think I'm jumping a little bit too late now. And up we go. And back down. Yeah, let's just redo this. I'm glad I do have a couple of reset points here in case stuff like this happens. Not quite enough that time. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we do need a little bit of a forward running state on Yoshi as we get off the thwomp. Because I'm not covering enough distance when I am making that jump, and I think it's because I'm jumping from stationary. So... nope. Pushing ahead a little too far. I do need the thwomp to carry me and just rely on that mostly, but in terms of what I'm doing directionally while riding Yoshi, well, we need to not slip off. But I do need to push forward slightly with Yoshi as I jump, I think. But slipping is a bad idea. Yeah, if I push forward a little bit as Yoshi, that solves the problem. Okay. I do need to just let that thwomp go and probably follow it to the left once again. Haven't quite worked it out yet in terms of the ideal pattern. Natcat, welcome. Yeah, push forward a little bit as Yoshi. We totally overshot, in fact, just because of that gain in momentum from a bit of a dashing interaction as we are getting propelled. Okay. Run that. I actually do have to pull back a little bit to land on a mole safely, but better that than not being able to make it far enough. No, I really should let the thwomp go twice before I try to do it that way. Because I'm not quick about that, the point where I can afford to do it on the first cycle. It is doable on the first cycle, I'm pretty sure, but not the way I'm doing it. Yeah, like there's that sort of initial pullback when the thwomp starts going where I fall back a little bit. And then I can slide up ahead. It's very subtle, but so if I start dead center in the thwomp, when the thwomp starts moving, I get dislodged a little bit to the left. And once I get dislodged a little bit to the left, I'm able to just power through that with Yoshi the rest of the way. Okay, here I think I just need to outrun. Nope. I think I do in fact need to get down and then back up then. Okay. Yeah. Really neat, just depending on this very subtle change in thwomp momentum as it winds up into the start of that interaction. No, I needed to ride out that thwomp properly. So, I think I do in fact need to get ahead of it and then jump back on, unless I get to the left and then jump back on. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to go back to that and see. Possibly I can also use the springs to propel me ahead a little bit, such that I don't get smushed by the thwomp. But Try it again and see how it goes. Well, that cat is conceivably a food. I guess it depends on various cultural attitudes towards that as one of the essential meats. Yeah, and Mill64 will let you pick the appropriate wine pairing with that. You don't think it's particularly good food? Nah, yeah. Who knows? I mean, it really depends on the preparation. Yeah. Not quite. Didn't get displaced far enough to the left that time to get that dash I was going for. But yeah, we definitely do need to move forward with Yoshi while we are riding out that Thwomp momentum. That's an essential part of the puzzle here. Whoops. There we are. I see. No, I need to ride this back once the Thwomp slides over. So yeah, we can reposition the Thwomp by moving the clown car. That's a very neat interaction, in fact. And then we can get on top of this. No, we can't. I think I know what to do. I want to reposition the clown car to the left of the saw blade there, which the editor calls a grinder. Whoops. And then I can get a bit of distance ahead of it before I jump back on to get a nice solid Thwomp push. Maybe. Okay. All the way over? Nope, not quite. You're going to need a side to serve with your meal. Well, I mean... given the Yoshi production of our level playing wrench this session, I think we got plenty of supply to go around. Not quite. One moment, I do need to check something again quickly, so I'll be right back, and we'll continue in just a minute. Alright, over here. And then, once again, just going to let this slide. Whoops. Let's get back here safely. Don't want to be playing around in the middle. So, it's interesting how you can, of course, get the clown cars to follow you back to the left to reset position. But then the Thwomp, of course, is only ever going to face to the right. And so that lets you do this thing where you position the clown car to spring load the whole mechanism. So for example, you can attract the clown car all the way over here. Whoops, let's not do that. And I was about to just hop over to the right after that. That should give me enough distance to work with to get back on the trampolines, such that I can use them as a platform to have plenty of momentum coming out of the swamp. Nope, not quite. Didn't have enough of a dash that time. Now you have an idea for a map you won't make, a Yoshi factory. Yeah, we've certainly seen some of those. Whoops. I mean, Yoshi is a living being, though, so it is more of a ranch. Okay, let's fix that up. It's a slaughter facility. Well, you know what they say. Can't spell slaughter without laughter. Okay. Yoshi is the new cow. Well, actually momentarily saying as a Blizzard player, you know very well that there is allegedly no cow level. Okay. Yeah, didn't quite manage to cover enough distance. I pulled back a little bit hard to get on the mole safely. Imagine if cows could lay eggs. You wonder how they would taste. Whoops, let's actually pay attention to the level instead of pondering that question while staring at chat. And yeah, safe to admit, you have a good rest ahead of you, and we will, of course, be back with more of this tomorrow. I was recently reading this one thing on the internet that was comparing the moral offset cost of chicken versus beef, and the idea was that, you know, suppose that you were concerned about two things. If you were concerned about the climate impact of eating meat, and also concerned about the suffering of animals in terms of just animal welfare of livestock. And the idea was that if you're going to apply something like a carbon offset model to compensating for the animal welfare cost of eating a lot of chicken or depending on chicken production, then you could actually do like a sort of quantitative comparison between the two to sort of compare the relative efficiency. Because, you know, from a climate perspective, apparently it's actually much more efficient to switch to a beef diet, despite how you would intuitively think that, you know, you would have an impact on the methane production of cows as well as the land usage of cattle ranching and so on. That just in terms of the meat production efficiency of how much meat you can get out of a single cow, it's apparently actually quite a lot more climate efficient from that perspective. But anyway, somebody actually mapped this out and did like the calculation that I think in the end still concluded that the efficiency trade-off does wind up in favor of beef. It's not going to affect my habits at all, of course. I just eat beef and chicken. But it is a calculation. That's very true. It's calculus. But mathematics. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to pull this guy back. And we're going to jump on top. Whoops. Not quite, but I bet we can do it. Let's pull it back first. Nope. Tricky. Wonder if there's something to this that I'm missing. You're having trouble with the integration. Yeah, I can't be much help with that, unfortunately. The thing about mathematics is that if you grow up feeling like you're pretty good at it, and I think a lot of people who are sort of from a science or engineering maker background have kind of been through that part of their lives where they felt like they were really good at mathematics. Everybody eventually does hit a roadblock. No matter how advanced you get, it might happen at a PhD level, it might happen at the high school level, but everybody eventually hits that one thing where they suddenly feel like they're terrible at whatever they consider mathematics to be about. I think I also hit that with multivariable integration. Like, that was when I was thinking, okay, now I'm sort of out of my depth. Let's figure this out. I definitely need to ride on top of this thing and then build full momentum going into the next jump, but if it's calculus, you call that tartar. Tartar honestly kind of leaves me cold. Okay, nice exit there. That's going to be checkpoint. Okay. Actually got remarkably far for a first attempt in that segment. Pretty happy with how readable that was, in fact. I need a bit more momentum coming out of that. Your first major required through Calc 2 and Calc 3, and those kicked your butt, yeah. Everybody eventually hits that thing, and it's just a matter of seeing whether you can endure it. And yeah, Taramis, it is counterintuitive, like in terms of the climate impact. Just given everything you hear about, you know, cattle and the effect on deforestation in the Amazon and so on. No, spin jump here. But in the end, it has something to do with the efficiency of how much meat you actually get out of, like how many calories you get out of the animal versus the sort of wastefulness that is involved. But I mean, there are quite a lot of variables I'm not considering here either. I don't remember a lot of the specifics. I just remember reading a pretty entertaining analysis of this. But you have to either get a PhD or realize much earlier that you don't understand much. If you get a PhD, then you really understand that you don't understand much, but that neither does anybody else, and that's why open problems remain. No, not nearly enough momentum to follow that thwomp. You do need to do everything there in one very continuous motion. Oops. Yeah. No. Too bad about that one-way panel there. I did totally see it coming. Although, you know, your sense of what mathematics is changes quite a lot as you do more of it, too, where... Like, there's this stereotype of a lot of children who just kind of grow up really not liking that kind of mechanical element of just doing arithmetic and start thinking of themselves as people who just can't really do much in that field. And then later on, they turn out to be people who actually might really have the mind for actual mathematics at an advanced level when it comes to dealing with proof concepts and pattern recognition and all that. Thwomp on clown cars act like chomp on clown cars in Maker 1. While side thwomps, of course, are new to Maker 2, that was a very accidental spin jump. So that would be the thing that's changed here. I definitely played a lot with thwomps in clown cars back in Maker 1. That was one of the last things I worked on before Maker 2 came out. But yeah, I guess it's not quite the same thing as the Chomp Hyperspeed. If it were the same thing as Chomp Hyperspeed, Nintendo would just come in and delete it, I think. Nintendo's been far too aggressive with enforcing some of that stuff in Maker 2, in fact, just perfectly harmless hyperspeed interactions. Yeah, you do need multiple spins off of that before you get into the next bit, I think. But yeah, I remember that Chomp Hyperspeed in the Clown Car also worked in the early days of Maker 2, and I think they patched it out rather quickly. Nope. Left too late, actually. I think the Thwomp had already stopped by the time I was getting to jump down. Yeah, there are a lot of Clown Car interactions that didn't survive successive patches. Even just really simple things, like some of the detector concepts that some makers who are familiar to us here had been working on just the middle of last year. And that's the thing, because, you know, nothing with a lot of these Nintendo removals is ever really properly documented. You just don't know what's going to be stomped on at any given time and what's going to be considered a glitch. Because there's just no transparency about that. And no real community communication until you get something nuked. Oh, whoops. Nope. Yeah, you really do need to get that on a first cycle for everything to line up properly. Nintendo deletes everything that's too fast. I see what you mean there. You'd call 2 and 3 with your old major, and your new one required psychology stats. And yeah. So I guess if it's something that's just sort of like, is it just stats for psychologists, or is there something else to it besides that? Not enough momentum here either. Interesting. That's... I need to get on top of those springs before that Thwomp stops moving, so whoops. Total miss. Literally stats with easier math, yeah. So I guess if it's something that's more, you know, here's the stuff you need to know to not be totally innumerate when it comes to working with populational samples in a psychological setting. Yeah, it's the same thing for people who are doing work in things like social sciences and politics and such that, you know, obviously people in politics are working with polling data and the like, or in other fields that, you know, needs some kind of populational sampling, particularly, you know, in some of the very mild quantitative methods in the social sciences that are drawing on populational samples. It's really remarkable, actually, just how bad human intuitions are about probability. Like, even if you're decent at statistics in a bit of formal setting. It's really hard to get around just a lot of cognitive biases about probability that seem to be baked into the species. That's pretty much how the entire gambling industry works, right? It's just based on optimizing around all of our cognitive inabilities to deal with probability, especially conditional probability. Nintendo tried communities, hated them, and then tried to smother them. You know, Miiverse was a really good piece of software in many ways. I was actually surprised, you know, given Nintendo's history with online, just how well thought out Miiverse was from an engineering and design perspective. And of course they killed it. It's really too bad because so these kind of social media integration that they have on a Switch where you post onto Twitter and Facebook and such, I've never used that even once. Some people who, of course, don't have capture cards need to use that in order to share clips of designs and progress and so on. And so you do see people actually make use of that for playtesting purposes. But if I'm doing Nintendo content online, right, like the intended audience for that is other Nintendo people, not people who are just on my social networks and are going to be annoyed with automatically generated social network spam. And so Miiverse was ideal for that, in that it was reaching the right audience for the content and was able to drive engagement that way. And then I think somebody must have just realized that, you know, from a marketing perspective, you don't want something to go viral within the existing audience. You want something to reach outside the existing audience. And so they just thought, okay, then, given that they were moving off the old account system anyway, let's just use existing social media infrastructures rather than Miiverse, which is very unfortunate. Really followed the trajectory of Insider forums. Yeah, I was never active on those back in the day. I do remember what you're talking about, but... And all the other side programs that used to run, like the, what is it, the Camp Hyrule and other things like that, that were little social internet activities and other such experiments. Whoops. Yeah, I think there are a lot of things that, when it comes to mathematics education, that are... There's definitely some concepts that are just kind of there as a way to, you know, get your feet wet with further specialization. Like if you're working in a field, or if you wind up working in a field that's mostly working with discrete mathematics, you're just never really going to work with the continuous stuff, right? Like you just deal a lot with things like probability, but never with calculus, or vice versa. But there's a lot of basic stuff that doesn't get introduced until way too late. Like, it's actually really shocking. Unless you have a background as a programmer very early on, just how bad people are with formal logic and things like Boolean logic. And I know this partly because I've seen how poorly people do with that logic gate level, like the really good logic gate puzzle level that Loop and Snoop built a while back. And I've seen some of you here in the chat play that before, and it was surprising how many people struggled with that, for what I thought was actually a pretty simple concept. But you can just tell, and I mean, that from the way that a lot of people deal with a lot of everyday logical reasoning, that I think a lot of those fundamentals of formal logic are really underdeveloped in the general population. But And Swap Note, yeah, Swap Note, I mean, I never played around with it too much, but I do lament what happened with it, that it was just something that was apparently subject to rampant abuse, especially in the Japanese market. To a certain extent, I think, you know, building social features and maintaining a platform that is trying to be child-friendly by design, like, those two goals are not really compatible. You build any social features at all, and things are bound to get a little bit wild after a while. Okay, overshot that. I also think I spawned a bonsai in too early, and that's part of the issue, is that I don't want to outrun the swamp by that much, because then the bonsai gets way ahead of me, so... And yeah, Teramis, that's exactly what I'm getting at, that... Like, there's a lot of everyday usefulness of logical reasoning and statistics that would really improve the health of a lot of other fields, I think. And of how people interact with society in general. Like, they are life skills, they're not just something you learn in school. Whoops. Yeah, it's nice to have something elegant like Game Builder Garage. I mean, I've seen a lot of very similar kinds of educational products before in terms of things that are meant to be beginner programming kits and so on. But the issue with a lot of them usually is that they can be very unpolished in terms of not having a good safety net around the things you're able to do. Like, you know, with something like Game Builder Garage, I don't have it, but I've seen people play it. You can mess around a lot, you can create lots of things that bug out, and that's part of the learning process. That's even in their tutorials. That you're meant to kind of mess up and have to debug what goes wrong. But you do that in a fairly controlled sandbox environment where you're at least not messing with the memory management, or you're not likely to crash the software, right? And so it allows you to break things, but it allows you to break things that you actually have the power to fix and diagnose. And like, that's a very subtle thing with software like Game Builder Garage, that not every kit like that quite gets right. So... Oops. Yeah, let's try to get this right. And like I said, we just have the one level left in the queue from Teramis. I feel like if I do need to exit out of this one, Meng, I could probably recover my position without too much fuss up to the first checkpoint. I think I understand the level fairly well up to the first checkpoint, but having a little bit of trouble with my timing here. Obviously, I'm going too late there because the swamp is already striking the right side. Yeah, I do need to go a bit early. And hit that. Yeah. Landing on top of moving targets, not my forte, apparently. Game Builder Garage tutorials are very restrictive, but outside of hackers, you don't think there's a way to brick your Switch. Exactly, that's the kind of thing that Nintendo at least keeps very quality controlled. But that's always a very fine balance to strike, right? Like, I mean, you know, in order to make a sufficiently powerful educational tool for something like programming, you need to have enough flexibility to let people break stuff and mess up, but they need to break the right kinds of things. And once again, it's, you know, whether you have the ability to figure out what's going wrong and fix it yourself. So, it is still going to be a very controlled environment in that way. Whoops. Yeah, I still need to figure out the right landing location for that, too. picks up that jump. Whoops, there we go. That's going a little better. Nope. I don't know why I hit the short bounce there. Can't change attributes programmatically, so there are limits, yeah. Like I said, I don't have it, so I haven't really played around with determining what the limitations are yet, but I think the solution to that on-off switch there is I just need to jump straight up, and it does in fact land on the sideways trampolines with decent timing. Oops. Like, just go directly up after you hit the on-off switch successfully. I think that should do it. Okay. Yeah, the trick to the first jump there is just to go early enough. Two bounces is probably sufficient here. And yeah, no, losing too much speed before the bonsais come up. I think I'm bouncing too late on that. Okay. Nope, that's a miss. I think I can fix it though. Nope, not quite. Overshooting slightly. Which is alright, just means that we're jumping early enough to pull back. Nope, just slipped off. But here we are. I don't know if any of you ever got to play with the Nintendo Labo cardboard sets. Nope, too late. Yeah, I really need to get on top of the springs before the clown car and Thwomp strike. That's definitely the issue, I think. That is coming to a dead stop by the time I'm getting on top of that. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, the Game Builder Garage software was just derived from what Labo was already doing. And I always liked Labo as a concept, I just never really picked up any of that because honestly I just don't have room around here for more physical clutter. So. It's far more open than what you saw, okay. Yeah, I mean, given that you're not restricted to the same physical interface elements. But from the programming side, I get what you mean. Yeah, that's one game that I really do hope does develop a stable community for the long term. That's... I say that, of course, not having actually made any time for it yet myself. Okay, faster this time. Nope, too slow, still. Yeah, I really do need to tighten that up. And then you can see there's a fairly generous landing zone of Bonsai Bills up ahead after that. Likely a series of short bounces once you get onto Bills. Whoops. Given that they have that pretty tight positioning underneath the one-tile spikes, come in a little bit later, but we'll see. It's sometimes difficult for me to predict visually how these momentum-based setups are going to work, simply because everything is built so wide. You do just have to trust the distances. Like, if you play enough Mario... Notice that yellow pipe with a door, by the way. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, you play enough Mario, you just gradually develop an intuition for jump distances and the like, but not when you have momentum mechanics that just kind of totally change your expectations for how far you are allowed to go. That's kind of the secret sauce to a lot of the momentum levels, I think, is that you do need to learn a lot of that on the fly and adjust the level accordingly and diagnose what it is you can be doing better. Okay, get on quickly. There we go. Spin jump over here, yep. And Electrodude, welcome. And yeah, this is fairly obviously a Mang level. Wonder what gave it away. Yeah, like I said, what I may do is I may switch over to Teramis's level and then come back to this one. But since I'm finally making some headway with the bonsai builds, I do want to push on this for a few additional attempts. Given that we are making the right adjustment now to see some new territory, I just reacted a little bit slowly to the fact that I do need to spin jump onto the swamp. Okay. No, jumping a little bit too far ahead. But as you can see, I do need to go nice and quick there. Yeah, Electrodude, I don't know if you've seen Mang's latest masterpiece. This one is a bit older. But we did play the most recent one earlier in the stream. Okay. Nope. You haven't touched Mario Maker in a couple of days, okay. Well, either you've been writing examinations, or you have been playing Touhou. I'm guessing it's one of the two. Yeah, we were just having a discussion here about mathematical literacy, actually. I'm supposed to get enough momentum to bounce on top of a cannonball, then go up to the vine and then hit the off switch, and that'll be the exit. It'll be tricky. I didn't get a good position on top of the cannon that time. Nope. But we are almost out of this one, I think, just with that tiny adjustment. Yeah, I hope the examinations have been going well. Electrodude. That you're almost out of that. Oh, reports, okay. Nope, too early. And you've been playing a lot of Smash, okay. Oh, I guess there is the new Smash featurette coming in just a couple of hours, in fact, from Mr. Sakurai. Whoops. Electrodude, I have no memory of who you actually keep as a main in Smash. I am sure you've told me before. I think I just assume you play Inkling or something. Whoops. Oh, you play Steve. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I do remember that now. Like, do you actually play Steve as Steve, or do you take some of the alternate forms, like, what is it, Enderman, or whoever it is? I mean, I guess you don't always have a choice, but given the choice. Whoops. You've been playing quite a bit of Falco, okay. And you play Enderman. Yeah, I find Enderman is definitely the best looking Steve skin. Yeah, I've been kind of behind with Smash for a while. I did have both season passes, but I mean, I had been kind of doing them in batches where I'd wait for a few characters to release and then I'd just do all the classic modes and do it all at once. Oh, okay, totally overshot that one this time. Wasn't quite expecting that. Okay. Slowly getting better at this. Nope, pulled back a little bit too much on the second bonsai. We should have just coasted forward there. Yeah, I do want to push at this a little bit more because we're almost out of here. Just need to fix that last jump. Okay. Not quite. I guess you could say that your opponents will meet their end. For a minute. Yeah, whereas under normal circumstances, it would just meet their Steve. Not nearly as interesting. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Actually hit the wall that time, that was the issue. So I was picking up momentum from that sideways interaction before I hit the wall, but the problem was it was so late that I hit the next wall. Okay. So we gotta go nice and early, and then that was too late. Is Enderman supposed to be a parody of Slenderman? Is the answer seriously yes? I sort of have this vague memory of what the whole Slenderman thing looks like, but I just completely missed it otherwise at the time. I didn't know what the whole fuss was about. I'm apparently too old to understand the whole Slenderman thing. Maybe a generational thing, though. Oops. Yeah, Mill64, thank you for dropping by and sending all those playtests along earlier. Whoops. We are getting closer here. Gradually. Okay. Nope, totally missing there. Yeah, I thought we had that spot down a little more consistently, but obviously a few problems to sort out even now. Pulled back a little bit hard. Yeah, definitely need to be careful here with some of these mid-air adjustments, as you can see. You need to have pretty good landing control. Because there's going to be a little bit of variation, of course, from where your takeoff point is. Supposedly Notch named the mob Enderman because of a Reddit comment. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing Notch would do. And nope, hugged that a little bit too close. I do need to land with a bit more distance to right. Get on top of the cannon, and then cannon to cannonball is going to be what we do there. If you're actually going from the top of the red cannon to the cannonball, that's a very specific alignment of how they move that I'm kind of impressed, Mag, that you actually found in terms of getting the speed to actually work out that way. But of course I have to do that successfully first to see if it lines up as neatly as we think. I feel like Reddit has made it into Smash several times over by now. Maybe. I mean, a lot of things that were requested for Smash Ultimate were kind of floating around in the Nintendo sphere for a long time anyway, with or without Reddit, to drive that bus. Okay, very cool interaction there. Okay, checkpoint 2 and a whole other segment. No, just kidding. Works 100% of the time. Yeah, it's fantastic. It lines up so neatly when you know that you need to go full tilt forward and catch that. It's one thing that I think a lot of makers would just never discover and use, I think, to be able to find that specific synchronization where I guess it's the thwomp momentum carrying the cannon, like thwomp momentum plus jump momentum just lines up directly with how the cannon is firing in that spot. I don't know how much tuning and debugging you needed to do to get that to work, but it works perfectly. So, really fantastic ending. Great idea in general, even though a lot of this level does require many micro adjustments on the fly just to land on top of the platforms and develop a dash in the first place. Also, I noticed, for the sake of lore, that there's no Yoshi in the second half because we killed Yoshi several times over in the first half, and apparently we're on permadeath mode. Anyway, thank you, Teramis, for your extreme patience in waiting for your entry in the queue. It will be our closer today. You placed a cannon and it just kind of worked out. Yeah, I guess sometimes it does. So yeah, this will be the last one. I will not be reopening or extending after this. But let's take a look. But we'll be back tomorrow, of course. First of all, we'll take a look at Vessel of the Guardian Fishbones. Don't get spotted by the fishbones. Exit the room to reset the alarm. Interesting. I kind of wonder what the alarm mechanic will be and how it's going to work, but we'll find out. I've just assumed the whole time that your name is actually pronounced Teramis. You'll have to correct me if that's not the case. Yeah, I guess this is going to be a reset entry room that always toggles the switch to on. For some reason, the fishbone's crashing out. Oh, I see. It's because of entity limits. That the fishbone's dying when it's in this little tank over here is just going to spawn a muncher. Exactly. Right on cue. Hence the on-off state reset over here. Look at these two fishbones just going Lip to lip, snout to snout. I guess they don't really have lips. Fish lips. Maybe they do. Yeah, just a little containment aquarium of death. Just introducing you to the opening concept. So now we need to hit checkpoint because looks like it's probably going to be an anti-key death mechanism, actually. Given that we have a couple of coins to come. On-off switch is going to drop the stump. Interesting. Yeah, it looks very much like anti-key death with the way this is set up here. And yeah, segments are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4. We may as well try them in order. Okay, got a couple of POWs here that are not really accessible. Oh, I see. That this whole thing here is the fishbone range. I do like the track marker for that. I never thought of them as having this weird sort of pointy radial range to them, but I guess that's just the side of the track here doing that, so. The fish. Always watching. Yeah, we just need to mind its facing direction, and that's going to be it. For segment number 1. Now, we'll eventually need to remember to hit the recyclable checkpoints manually if we coming back this way every time. Here, you just need to go through the door and drop back out. And so, we'll just mind the track markers as the zone indicators once again. This is a really huge detection range. Didn't expect it to be nearly this big. Now, I would hope that if we drop into the door, it's always going to be synchronized with the initial spawn location. Should not give me any trouble. Fishbone's vision seems to be somewhat hexagonal. Okay. Yeah, interesting range on that. This is a scouting location, I'm sure. Bone shell. Bone shell takes you through the door, and then we'll see what that's all about. Okay, so yeah, I need to time this out such that I can drop in across the conveyor belt. But not drop down until I'm actually ready. Just need to watch that central tank. Yeah, fairly simple interaction here, but we do need to mind our timing and eventually drop through here as well without killing it. It's going to be very important. Now, Fishbone's detection probably shouldn't activate. Also, I noticed here that you can kick the bone shell towards the 50 coin, but then you would need to get out to grab a new one. I think that's how it works. Yeah, Fishbone's detection doesn't do anything when you are in shell form, which is important because it means I can grab that. And, oh, I should have taken advantage of this to hop back out here. There we go. That's okay. We grabbed the coin already. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect the 50 coin to... Okay, yeah. I wasn't really thinking about that. Because the big coins... What even did happen there? I think I was just incautious. I wasn't really paying attention to why that happened the way it did. But that's 3 down. Let's go to number 4. And there will be an anti-key death mechanism because of the coin 1 placement. So, too concerned here, I think. Although maybe I should have hit checkpoint before this segment. Let's do that first. Just voluntarily. Okay, back to this room, and we'll take a look at what's going on here. We need to be careful with that tank. However, when it's not facing, I can hit the block. And we can activate a whole bunch of things here. Yeah, get into this location. I can bounce to Spike Ball, but I think I need to hit the left one first so the Spike Ball has something to bounce towards. Set everything up before we launch it. Okay. And then we go back to the left and drop it once we stealth our way around this. Yeah. Don't think I've seen this specific stealth mechanic before. I mean, it's very understandable. Everything's going to be eradicated over here, and then that's okay because we didn't get blocked off. Not the most precise way of doing it, but we managed. Oh, also totally ignored the 50 coin that was in that area. That's okay. We'll just miss a few from time to time. About 149 left, and of course, because of the anti-key death setup, we do get access to a final segment. That will be affected by the on-off state switch later on when we back into checkpoint, if we fail here somehow. If we, whoops, get over the fish. Let's see here. I think I just need to stomp the fish, in fact. Because that will scroll break everything for me, and then that will take me to phase 2. So yeah, the idea is that I go around, I hit some fish. Probably all the fish, because of the entity limit overloading. Yeah, I guess the one-way panel is going to be within range for this and act as despawn protection. We need the Spike Ball to kill everything. We'll just wait this out after we drop it from the claw. And just Donkey Kong our way around all this stuff. 8 seconds remaining, that's okay, we've got a mushroom. Very nice multi-phase boss fight here, actually. In terms of taking you from room to room instead of just trapping in one location. Let's probably just drop through here. Hit the on-off switch to change the conveyor direction, and then we've got 35 seconds. I need to be rather quick about this. Okay. Come on, let's actually jump out of this. Nope. Just having a lot of trouble jumping out of this. We're going to time out. Nope, I keep failing to actually project these. So timeout it is, and we'll see the anti-key death mechanism. Because if I drop them onto donut blocks, I am kind of bumping my head out of that, even though I do have enough room. If I feel like I can actually race this through because of the low gravity, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. But yeah, I can't drop the shell directly on the conveyor belt because it won't be an attack, because I won't have kicked it. So let's go around. Dispose of some of the fish bones. demonstrate some proper food waste management. And yeah, let's just go for the mushroom right away. Go for a claw before we get stuffed with projectiles. And yeah, fairly safe location over here. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, I love the track segments in terms of the timing of conveying Ludwig from one area to the next. Also like that, you do get one initial hit from the on-off activation over there. I think that is what's going on. Okay, he's going to be slightly off-screen there for projectiles, which is good because it's actually... So yeah, I want to drop off as I'm going from the conveyor to the donut block. And then I'm just going to miss that anyway. Okay, things are getting a little bit dicey now. Yeah, just having a little bit of trouble jumping out of the shell under that ceiling. As you can see, it's been the major roadblock here. Alright. Let's get this. The on-off switch there is just going to move everything on. Want a hint? No. I'm usually fine without hints. We'll just try to stick it through. See what I'm doing wrong and see what I could be doing better. Thanks for offering, but I tend to hold off on hints for a lot longer than a lot of players do. Also, when it comes to actually feeling truly stuck on something, the way I usually like to manage it for things like puzzle levels when the makers are active is I'll, instead of requesting a hint, like just ask a question. Such as, this thing that I'm trying to optimize, is it actually worth trying, or is it a total dead end that doesn't work? You know, I'll be asking questions like that, but usually, I mean, I like the process of figuring things out and finding methods to be doing things successfully, so. Yeah, sure, we'll peel that off. Okay, there we go. I actually do need Ludwig to be hittable, because the shell will just crash directly against a wall. Can't quite see him here, though. I need to adjust the camera position first. Or actually, no, maybe not. I think I do need to just drop it. I should just drop it, because otherwise, if I kick the shell, it'll just break. I didn't see that because I couldn't actually see the wall earlier, and so... I don't know if that's going to work, though, because, yeah, it's going to fall on top of Ludwig there. Let me just, you know what? I can just go through. Why don't we just do it that way to begin with? I mean, Ludwig was lower for a reason. I can see now while you were trying to offer me a hint. I am, of course, going to check this location. Okay, couldn't quite make it. That's okay, we'll just take the flag and exit out of there. Anyway, really cool concept. Like I said, you know, even though conceptually it's pretty simple, you just use an entity gate that just happens to be with the fishbones instead. I hadn't really seen a concept that kind of has a controlled approach to the fishbones detection range like this before, so very much an underused element in its own right, I think, considering how flexible they can be. But in general, I think detection range mechanics with things like the fishbones, with the mole spawning, with other things like that, still have a ton of design potential left in them. especially for things like stealth concepts, for instance. And Electrodude, congratulations on finishing your report, and do enjoy your summer vacation. Speaking of which, we will be back tomorrow with more viewer levels, assuming all goes according to plan. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I expect that I will probably be off stream for a chunk of next week because I want to get some things sorted out with computer hardware, which will hopefully improve the quality of the stream. And then as we get into July, we're going to be kind of continuing to alternate between viewer levels on weekends and then introduce a whole pile of indie games that I want to show off during the weekday streams. And they will generally be things that I think will be of interest to Mario Maker people, so I'll have more to announce on Discord with time, and that's how we'll spend our summer vacation, apparently. That's how we'll spend Electrodude's summer vacation, while Electrodude himself is busy swimming somewhere, having a dip in a lukewarm ocean. Anyway, that's all that's going to be from me today. I'll be scanning around for a raid rather soon. But before I pass you on, as always, thank you to everybody who submitted or even merely spectated today. Had a lot of great levels come in, and I hope they were as fun to watch as they were to play. So, thanks for watching. Have a good night or morning or whatever it is. And as always, fare thee well.